Sound check, sound check, sound check. Sound check for 854.
There we go.
Got it. You're gonna need your microphone over towards you a little bit more, probably. Yeah, we just did it. It's over there. That what you needed to see? Okay. Oh, back to the
Back to
screen?
the screen, you guys can just, yeah. Hit zoom around,
Where's that?
the top right corner.
Is that what you wanted to say? Okay.
Yes, now you can go back to.
Okay, very good. We did, okay, there we go. You're good to go. Yeah, go.
The
PowerPoint.
August 6th and August 7th, and hopefully not August 8th, meeting of the state, Georgia State Election Board is called back into session. We have a quorum here today. The good news is that we're almost halfway done. The first item on the agenda today is a report from the Executive Director, Mike Cohn, an update to the board on the hiring of an SCB investigator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to bring everybody up to speed that is interested, we had 2 investigators in the budget and the small budget, they call it small budget during the session. There was $250,000 put in there to hire 2 investigators, but the concern was we were so close to the year end. Should we hire them based on the monies that we did have in the big budget going forward this year, fiscal year 25, it started June 30. So we waited to hire the investigators, and turns out to be a prudent move because the money was cut out. Our budget was reduced back to the previous year's levels. No investigators, no money. So we went ahead and made that decision. So now fast forward, we think we have enough money to hire an investigator. So where we are in the process, we've got the applications out, put it out there for people to apply. We've got applications in. We have some sample writings. So basically at this point, I'm just waiting for some direction as far as getting down to choosing a candidate. So that's where we are on that. That's pretty simple. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the ballot imaging audit tool project that was passed during the General Assembly. House Bill 974, Senate Bill 189, that'd be Chairman LaHood, Senator Max Burns. They did a great job, one, of shepherding the bill through there with this language in there that would allow this audit. The audit will be performed in the 24 general election to give voters more confidence that what they see is the truth. And so that was the goal there. Those guys did a wonderful job. Also, along with that, in the budget was $5 million that was placed into the budget to pay for this audit. So in the wisdom of the legislature, they chose to put the SEB in charge of that. And so we moved forward, but we also, just to be very candid with you, we do not have the skill set nor the people to perform the entire function. So we did partner with the Secretary of State's office. And I would like to start, when we talk about the process of putting this out for bid, I would like to give Senior Procurement Officer Kim Ford incredible props for what she did, the work she did to prepare this package to be put out to the vendors, because I don't know how much you know about state law and how the process procurement works, but it's very serious. You make one little small move wrong, the vendors come at you like wolves. No offense to the people in this bidding process, but so what happened is we went forward with Kim's work and had meetings and meetings and meetings getting ready for this, and we put it out for bid, and we had 2 bidders, Clear Ballot, and we had enhanced voting. Clear Ballot, I believe, came in at $4.8 million. So they left us a couple $100,000 to play with on that part of it. And then enhanced voting came in at $1.5 million. So obviously we are budget conscious. We went forward with enhanced voting and had some subsequent meetings for them to show us through the processes of how they would accomplish this goal. And after going through that process, we agreed that they could do it. Well, Clear Ballot used what is legally their right to do. They protested this decision. So what happened was that goes up to DOS, that's Department of Administrative Services. They're the procurement manager and risk manager for the state of Georgia. And so it went to their the deputy commissioner's office, and they had a hearing on it. And their lawyers looked at it and looked at the procurement process done by the Secretary of State, which again was phenomenal. And they upheld our decision. of choosing enhanced voting. Well, again, they had the right to protest and appeal that. So it was appealed up to the commissioner. And we had a hearing last Friday virtually. And we heard the arguments for and against. And now this week, we should hear back from the commissioner a ruling on that project. And I'm very excited. I've been working with Blake Evans, the head person over elections with Secretary of State's office. He's been a wonderful person to work with, and it's been a very open process. So I can't be more happier. I'm just excited that hope that we get the right decision this week so we can proceed forward with this audit and give people the comfort they need in this election. And I appreciate you. That finishes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Cohn. The board had a brief conversation prior to the meeting and decided that the people have signed up to publicly speak. We want to give them an opportunity to speak before we got into these petitions so that they could be heard. So if anybody signed up to speak during public comment today, would you raise your hand? We have just 4.
Quick question. Are you guys on the sign-up sheets from yesterday, or are you guys new? Everybody's from yesterday? And only 5 are here?
4.
Okay, well, let's,
Well, if you
y'all
just-
would just go ahead and line up over here and we'll just have you go.
And you could introduce yourselves before you speak, and
Yes, please.
please just line up over here and we'll just go, and whoever gets there first gets to go.
I'll do this.
Any others that show up during the meeting that signed up yesterday, we'll allow them an opportunity after the meeting to speak as we had originally planned. We just felt it necessary that people that may want to comment on these petitions have an opportunity before we start hearing the petitions.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beverly Rice. I've come from a long legacy of Rices. How many of you all growing up remember going to vote with your parents or your grandparents? Well, I do. And I'm here today in memory of my grandfather. And I remember how I would walk with him to the state capitol to vote time after time after time. And he didn't just vote at the capitol. We would stay there for long hours while there were people in line, and he would speak and shake hands with everyone that was in line. And I would ask him, Grandpa, why do you have to speak to everybody in line? He said, I want to assure them that their vote matters and their vote counts. And that when we have a good heart and a pure heart, we will without a doubt elect the right people. Well, my grandfather died when I was about 10 years old, and I could no longer walk to the state capitol with him to encourage other people to vote. But I stand here today with his words. He died 2 days after the Voting Rights Act was signed in 1964. And he left me with these words. When we vote, we win. When the vote is right, then we know we have elected the right people. So for senior citizens, for those individuals everywhere, for the American people, we have a right to vote. Our vote matters. And to the election board, I just want to say to you that your heart is what makes the difference. And so when you make decisions for us, I ask that you make them from your heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly.
Hello, my name is Joan Shork. I'm a voter from DeKalb County. As all you know, former President Trump held a campaign rally here in Atlanta last Saturday. Nothing really remarkable, except that at one point, he acknowledged 3 members of this board by name, Rick Jeffries, Janice Johnston, and Janelle King. Dr. Johnston even stood to be recognized. Very disturbing. Members of the board here were praised by the candidate for being, I quote, 3 pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory, unquote. Victory is the disturbing word. Fighting for any candidate's victory is not the job of the SEB. Per the Secretary of State's website, the job of the SEB is to, again, I quote, to protect all Georgians' right to cast a ballot. They are charged with protecting the public, just like public safety officials are. As a safety engineer, I'm well aware of the importance of public safety officials being independent. Imagine if a building inspector worked for a developer, or the fire marshal held stock in the company that he was responsible for investigating. Either of these would be considered totally unacceptable because public safety is important to all of us. Our votes are important too. And any SEB member being closely associated with a political campaign is no more appropriate than a public safety official placing the interest of a corporation above those of the public they're entrusted to protect. Both are dangerous. Indications of conflict of interest on this board, which claims to be working to enhance voter confidence, have seriously shaken my confidence in the integrity of the Georgia electoral system. So please, for the sake of Georgia and our elections, either remedy even the appearance of conflict of interest or resign and join the Trump campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. All right, next up.
Good day, board.
Your name, sir?
Scott Bailey, Fulton County, Georgia State Election Board takes serious notice. August 7th, 2024. Citizens, we are in a state of emergency. Rule 183-1-12-01. Demand paper ballots OCGA 21-2-334. Georgia voting machines are wholly impractical. As a aggrieved elector, OCGA 21-2-521. I have a right to raise contest on grounds for misconduct, fraud, irregularities by any primary election official sufficient to charge or place in doubt the result. 21-2-522 with illegal ballots received by and in the election official's possession. 21-2-575. A, this is a felony. This board is potentially intentionally refusing to perform this board's duty to properly investigate 21-2-31-5 fraud and irregularities.
Yeah.
It appears this board is intentionally refusing to permit the public inspection of election ballots, OCGA 21-2-576. If this board has allowed a county board of registrars to destroy or alter ballots, this is a felony. Pursuant to Voter Georgia Garland Favorito's presentation, there are over 1 million ballots missing. Over 500,000 missing original Shaw authentication files. Over 300,000 missing original in-person ballot images. Fulton County certified over 50,000 ballots having no source justification. Over 20,000 in-person ballots have no original tabulator tapes. Over 17,000 ballots backfiled after deadline, which have no ballot in original scan logs. Over 3,000 ballots double scanned. Over 10,000 ballots cast while deceased. Over 4,000 ballots cast while felons. This board's actions can potentially be construed as obstruction of justice, OCGA 16-14-335B, as a subversive enterprise organization, 16-11-645, 16-1-312, with subversive persons 2127, whom will be removed for aiding and abetting the destruction of Georgia's constitutional form of government, committing election fraud. We have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, ma'am, you're up.
My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson, and I'm a registered voter and citizen of Cobb County. In 2020, I was involved with poll watching, monitoring, and vote review panels for early voting, Election Day, and many parts of the recount, both machine and by hand. I was in 6 counties at different times: Hall, Greene, Jefferson, Chattooga, Cobb, and Fulton. Every election official that I encountered was professional, polite, helpful, and patient, despite the long hours, high-pressure environment, and heightened scrutiny. They performed their jobs with meticulous diligence, day after day, and they deserve our appreciation and support. Not once did I ever suspect their personal political leanings, which is exactly as it should be. Several members of this board could benefit from their example. The rules for your conduct include: members shall be honest, fair, and avoid any appearance of conflict and/or impropriety. It was disheartening to learn that 3 members of this board were recognized by former President Trump for being all pit bulls fighting for honesty and transparency, and of major concern, victory at a partisan rally, where 1 member was present and stood to be recognized. No one on a board that is designed to be nonpartisan and unbiased should be so publicly supporting one candidate or party over another. Board members are certainly not responsible for a candidate using their names, but referring to him several times as the president while declaring nonpartisanship is at best poor word choice. I would like to commend and thank the chair yesterday for stating and showing his commitment to ensuring that all members of this board remember the importance of listening with an open mind to arguments on both sides of all issues, regardless of where those ideas originate. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and for your role in keeping Georgia's elections secure and accessible. We, the people, all the people, deserve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And that concludes our public comment. Is there anyone else that's come in that's on the list?
Mr. Johnson was invited back today to finish his comments. Mr. Johnson, I want to please come to the podium. The board has received a copy of your emails. We have your emails. Your case has not been opened, but it'll be looked at. Well, maybe at the end of this week, but it will be looked at. So, please make whatever comments you'd like to, but we are kind of limited to 2 minutes. And I would suggest that you wait for us to have an opportunity to look at the case before you.
I just thought you already had it. When I talked to Alexandra, she, which I really would like to thank for her bringing this forward. That's a very strong person y'all got there.
Well, it hasn't been investigated yet. So, I mean, we just received it and it hasn't gone through investigation yet. So we can't really comment on it. And I'm just saying you might want to consider that when you.
Well, I guess I would like to just come back at a later date once y'all get everything in place, because I got a lot of paperwork and a lot of papers.
Yeah, that would be appropriate when the case is heard.
Oh,
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Chair,
investigated. Yes, sir.
Alex said that.
It's on the agenda for this meeting, but it was continued, it was a part of that, that two cases that were continued to. But it has been investigated, you guys just haven't seen it yet.
Okay, I don't recall. It will be on the next agenda.
Okay,
Your case will be on the next agenda.
I'll
make
be
sure-
back.
Alex, let's make sure it's on the next.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll make sure that you're on the next agenda to be heard.
I appreciate it.
All right. And then
Thank you.
We'll look at all your presentations and
Yeah, I send y'all a lot of emails too, so.
You and 347 other people. The board? She want to let, okay,
Is she on the list?
we're gonna put you on a time limit here though to.
Okay, I'm Tamara Favorito. I spoke yesterday, but I also wanted to comment on the previous two speakers that talked about the conflicts of interest on this board. And I understand that Dr. Johnson is a representative of the Republican Party. Mr. Jeffries was appointed by the Lieutenant Governor and the Senate. Ms. King is a representative of our House, and that is majority Republican. So it is very appropriate that at Trump's rally, he would mention them. It was very appropriate that he would ask Dr. Johnson to stand up. She is working for us as Republicans. Does that mean that she can't look at these rules and say what's honest and fair? No. But there's only one person on the board who cannot have a conflict of interest, and that's our chairman. And as I understand it, it was actually kind of hard to find him because he can have no affiliation and he can't even have contributed to a candidate. But I've actually had the privilege of speaking with him, and he is that person. So he's the one that you look to for no conflicts of interest. But the other three do not have to be nonpartisan. Ms. Gazelle, I would think it would be very appropriate if she had attended Kamala Harris's rally and Kamala had recognized her. And if she had called her a pit bull, I can say that would be true. Ms. Gazelle has worked very hard on this board for several years. So I think we need to understand the makeup of this board, but I trust all of them to be nonpartisan when it comes to looking at what is fair and honest in our elections. Thank you.
She's under 2 minutes? Okay. Did anybody else walk in that had signed up to speak yesterday? Going once, going twice? Nope. Very good. Thank you. We'll proceed with our agenda. The next item on the agenda is to hear the petition for amendment of state election board rules presented by Christina Loop. Is Ms. Loop here? Please come to the podium, Ms. Loop. It is tab number 34 in the board's binders.
Good morning. I am Christina Loop, and I am filing this proposed rule change as an individual and not on behalf of any organization or other individual. A little of my background: I have worked in elections in Virginia for 18 years as a poll worker and a poll manager. I'm currently serving as an election board member in Jackson County. I'm proposing an amendment to Rule 183-12-071 to rectify the current verbiage on the touchscreen display that contradicts the application of Rule 183-1-12-0.118 and also 10B, and Rule number 183-14-0.02-12B. The rule I am requesting to be amended reads as follows. The election superintendent shall review the electronic databases used to generate ballots for correctness and accuracy in generating paper ballots and touch screen displays. When I wrote this rule, I asked that we add, quote, "This shall include all messages given to the voter," because those messages are on the touchscreen display. The reasons I wanted to amend is that when you're voting on the BMD, it gives instructions to the voter. And the wording on the touch screen that I am questioning comes after you complete your selections. It says, quote, "You cannot make any more changes after printing the ballot." This wording gives voters the impression their selections are final once printed. Yet the rules I mentioned above say that voters are supposed to be instructed to check their printed ballot. And if the printed ballot does not contain the proper ballot selections, or that the voter was not issued the proper ballot, the voter shall immediately inform a poll officer. The problem is, the voter has no way of knowing that they are supposed to inform the poll officer, as the machine just told them that once you print, you can't make any changes. While it is true that once printed, no additional changes can be made to that particular ballot, two of the rules I referenced say poll officers can spoil the ballot and provide the voter with a means to have a printed paper ballot that has his or her proper selections. The voter does not know of this option. Thus, I believe that the touch screen display is currently misleading, as it gives the voters the impression nothing can be done with their selections after printing, which would negate a need for quite a few of the laws that tell us that voters need to check their ballots after printing, but which is also crucial to having a fair election. I noticed online that the rules that I list, this submission that I listed, in the rules, I had highlighted them, and I noticed that they were not highlighted when they got online. Would you like me to read the portions of the rules that were originally highlighted? Okay. In rule number 183-1-12-.11, the part I had highlighted was the poll officer stationed at the ballot scanner shall offer each voter specific verbal instruction to review their printed paper ballot prior to scanning it. In addition to the preceding instruction, the poll officer stationed at the ballot scanner shall offer general instruction throughout the period while voting is occurring, telling voters that sample ballots and magnifying devices are available to assist them in reviewing their paper ballot. All right, that was one. The next one was rule number 183-1-12-.11, 10B. If, while reviewing his or her printed ballot, the voter discovers that the printed ballot does not contain the proper ballot selections, or that the voter was not issued the proper ballot, the voter shall immediately inform a poll officer. The poll officer shall spoil the paper ballot and take the necessary steps to allow the voter to make his or her selections again on the electronic ballot marker and cause the correct ballot to be issued. And then the last rule is 183-1-14-.02, advanced voting. And it says the exact same thing that the rule that I just read says. If while reviewing his or her paper ballot, a voter discovers that the printed ballot does not reflect the voter's desired selections, or that the voter was not issued the proper ballot, the voter should immediately inform a poll officer. The poll officer shall spoil the paper ballot and take the necessary steps to allow the voter to make his or her selections again on the electronic ballot marker and cause the correct ballot to be issued. The current messaging on the ballot marking devices makes the voting process more confusing and time-consuming for the voter and our poll workers than it needs to be. This proposal would clarify the process that is in place, making it more voter-friendly. Without clear messages, the voter has little to no incentive to check their ballot and every right to question the voting process and/or the competency of the poll officers. Now, a few days ago, I found out that in order to correct this message on the BMD, a patch will be required. I was surprised. I expected this to be a simple configuration or a data change in the same manner that the ballot styles are created and updated as stated in the original rule that I'm amending. I thought this message was a touchscreen display, and therefore it would be little to no cost to clear up the mixed messages we are sending voters. I'm not a data person, but computer experts tell me that needing a patch for this type of change is an indication that this is an antiquated programming technique. This system was purchased, I believe, only 4 years ago. If the voting system had been designed properly, the messages would be configurable and stored in a data file. In summary, the ballot marking device message displayed to the voter states, "You cannot make any more changes after printing the ballot." This message is misleading and should be corrected because the law states a poll officer shall spoil the paper ballot and provide a way for the voter to make his selections. I appreciate you here and this opportunity to propose this rule change. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. In theory, it sounds reasonable, and, making things clear is always a good thing. I purchased this iPhone 2 years ago and it's already out of date. I haven't even figured out how to use this thing yet. So, technology changes constantly. When I got your petition, I asked for some direction from the Secretary of State on whether this is possible. They try and seek all the answers. And then I also want to know whether this board even had the authority to do something like that. Because under OCGA 21-250 subsection A, subsection 1, it's the exclusive authority of the Secretary of State to determine the form of ballots and associated documents. And so I don't know if this board can authorize the changing of something like that. Number two is what I got back from the Secretary of State is it's not possible to change the current text in the BMDs for the 2024 general election. To change the text of the BMD screen requires modifying a specific resource file that resides on the county election management computer, the EMS. The new resource file would have to be built by the vendor, tested, and then transported to each county and installed onto the county EMS by an SOS employee. This would be followed by acceptance testing. In addition to the work that needs to be done to modify the resource file, SOS would need to simultaneously update and modify our EMS hash validation tests on a statewide basis to account for the modified file. Okay. What that tells me is that they can't do this by the November election. And that the number two question is whether we even have the authority to force them to do it, this board. I am a big believer in following the law and the statute. And so, like I said, I always believe in more clarity. I'm just not sure from my position that we have the authority to do that. I know that a lot of people think this board has a lot of authority. There's some things that we just don't have authority on, and it's all defined in statute. So that would be the other board members may think otherwise, but that's my reading of it. So yes, Member Gazal.
If I may, I want to thank you for bringing this to us, because as you've heard me say on many occasions, the responsibility of the voters to verify their ballots is paramount, and this really brings attention to that. So I always like opportunities to reinforce messaging that it is already in the rules that poll workers have to remind voters to inspect their ballots and verify that it is correct, a correct reflection of their choices. That's the only way that we can be assured that what we're voting for is going to count properly. And the audits are the way to confirm that. So I just wanted to say that I recognize your concerns. I appreciate the fact that you went to this effort to bring this. I'm sorry, we don't have the authority or the ability to change the messaging on the BMD screens, but if we get anything out of this, it's to reinforce the responsibility of the counties to make sure they're training their poll workers properly to give these messages and warnings to the voters. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a question because the rule the original rule seems to indicate that the election superintendent is supposed to review the electronic databases used to generate ballots for correctness and accuracy in generating paper ballots and touchscreen displays. So you gave me another rule that says somebody else has the authority over that, but this looks like actually the election superintendent has a responsibility to check the accuracy on that.
No, I read the statute.
Pardon?
I read the statute, not a rule, that says that and it's a OCGA 21-2-50 subsection A1 in this green book. And it just, the powers and duties prohibition against that the Secretary of State shall exercise all powers granted to the Secretary of State by this chapter and shall perform all the duties imposed by this chapter, which include the following: to determine the forms of nomination, petitions, ballots, and other forms the Secretary of State is required to determine under this chapter. And so it just, it goes on and on and on. But so they feel like they have the authority to make any changes to those ballot devices, not this board. That's what is being represented in this statute. So.
Okay.
And
Well,
they didn't say they were in opposition.
I really wanted, my heart was really to fix this problem. And it's really hard because, obviously you guys agree that it needs to be fixed, but when you think about the way that ballots have to go, when voters print their ballots after electronically marking the ballot at the ballot marking device, they don't get a printed copy of the ballot they just saw. They get a piece of paper with their selections, which we refer to as their ballot because it is what they cast in the scanner. This printed paper looks nothing like the ballot they just saw and voted, and nothing like the sample ballots that we posted online and provide. The piece of paper that the machine prints for the voter looks nothing like the ballot. This makes it difficult for a voter to verify their selections, especially in line when they get to the scanner, because it looks nothing like what they have seen as a ballot previously. In fact, it is so different that we're required to offer sample ballots and magnifying devices. But you know what? When we offer them those things, we don't give them a private place to go and look at their ballot. If you've ever been at the polls, and I've been on both sides as I shared, and you work it, I think that maybe we can do something after they leave the BMDs, they could go to a private area with some security. It would require, the reason I didn't originally go for that instead of this rule change, I thought this rule change was going to be simpler. I thought it was just a matter of changing the touch screen, and obviously you're telling me it's not. But I do think that the mismessaging can only give two things. It puts no trust in the machines, or it puts no trust in the poll worker. I hate either side of that. It doesn't make sense to me. I really would like to get that cleared up. So I would like to make a proposal that maybe we could work on having a different area, having something more like what I just talked about, an area after that they go to before they hit the ballot, the scanners, and are told to do it. They're standing with their purse, they've got their piece of paper that they just got from the printer, and they're told to check their selections, and their selections look nothing like the ballots that they've seen for, that have been online for a couple of months and that they just voted on, because all it is the name of the race and the person that's there. So I just wondered about that.
Dr. Johnson? Oh, you want to be heard?
I do.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Luke, for your petition. It's one of these messages on the BMDs that I don't even recall, but once you pointed it out, I do think it's clearly misleading to a voter. And I've worked in polling places, and voters come in, and like I said yesterday, they're not very proficient maybe with the machines. They're not very comfortable with, but they're kind of nervous about voting sometimes, or even intimidated about voting. They want to do everything just right, but they don't want to look like they're clumsy or not well informed about the voting process. So when they see a message like this, they may take it as a message that they can no longer change that ballot or that ballot summary that's printed out for them. And I fear and I suspect that voters have been disenfranchised by this message because they voted, they've gotten the ballot summary. It's not what they thought they did or they wanted to do, but they're too reluctant to go to a poll worker, or a poll worker is not necessarily available or helpful because I know they don't like to spoil ballots. And so it's very easy to say, well, just go ahead and put it in the scanner and don't think about it much anymore. As far as the sample ballots are posted outside of the enclosed space, outside of the polling place. And if you have voted, as you all know, or you should know, you cannot take the ballot outside to look at the sample ballot. So you're stuck with the summary and nothing to compare to anymore because the ballot that was on the BMD has disappeared and it's no longer available to review. So I think this is a serious problem. I do think that we're here to try to be fair to all voters, and I'm especially concerned about those vulnerable voters that are older, maybe not computer savvy. And that's the type of voter that this would likely most affect. So the Secretary of State is in charge of the voting system. They're the ones that are in charge of the programming and what can be changed and what cannot. And so I have to take their word for it. They were supposed to do an update in 2022, and that did not happen with the Dominion system. It's now 2024. And I'm not sure, do we know that an update will actually occur next year as Mr. Kirk wrote in his email? I do not know. It certainly hasn't happened since 2022. I would recommend, although I don't think I don't think I could approve this for rulemaking because there's nothing we can do about it right now. But I would recommend that a notice be posted at every single BMD that says, if this is in very nice readable text, if this is not your choice or you think your ballot is not the choice that you made or you want to have made, please see the poll worker to counter the impression that they cannot change that printed ballot summary.
That's interesting. I didn't want to, I don't want to give the machines a bad rap either. Do you know what I'm saying? And that kind of does that just a little bit. I wondered if we could check your ballot before and after printing. See a poll officer if you have any questions. That way we're not alerting them to anything. Do you know what I'm saying? But we are giving that command that they need to go to the other place. Just a thought. I mean, I appreciate I definitely appreciate that thought of doing it, but I'm really trying hard to being a voter and having been a poll worker, I'm trying to put those two things together.
One could have a little stand in front of the scanner or some sign right next to the scanner that says, if your ballot does not show your desired choices, please see a poll worker or a poll official.
That would, yeah.
Right
that
before
would be
they
good.
put it in the scanner to give people permission. One of the things is it just gives them permission because they're there and they're kind of nervous and don't want to ask questions. And so they just kind of want to vote and get out. But on the other hand, if they're looking at a ballot that they don't think was the choice that they made or that they wanted and they changed their mind in a split second, then they do have every right to spoil that ballot and have another one made for them. And I think we should err on the side of the voters in this situation and do all that we can to help them vote and vote freely of their own choice.
Any other questions from the board? Yes.
I just wanted to make one more that, well, two, actually, for what it's worth, I've been trying to get signs on the BMD or by the BMDs since 2019. And I have and going in and looking very carefully at the way these are set up, there's literally no more space for signs because there are already so many mandatory signs on either side. So I understand why I kept getting turned down as an interested citizen and advocate. But the other issue is that voters can take anything on paper with them to verify their ballot. They can take a sample ballot with them. They can take a cheat sheet where they've listed out all of their choices, which would much more closely resemble the BMD ballot summary. They can take it with them and verify if they're concerned. And I think voters should be encouraged to do that, to take it. They can't have it electronically, but they can have a piece of paper. They can scribble it down. They can photocopy something, anything on paper they can take with them to verify. And I would strongly encourage voters to do that, to make sure that those down ballot races where they're not going to remember those candidates as easily, they can verify it and make sure that the printed ballot is their choice and reflects their choice.
I thank you for that, but I wanted to say, I appreciate that, but when you get your printed piece of paper and you're reminded to check your ballots or whatever, you have two hands. You really have no place to really sit down and look at those, or sit down and really look at them and check them. Because you've got, well, for women, you have your purse, you got this, you got that. And it's really, it's difficult to do that.
I would not be comfortable suggesting that counties have to replan their polling place setup 3 months before an election. Maybe for a future election, we can look at that, but redesigning polling place setup when they're already locked into place right now, we do not have the time to do that.
That's
Yeah.
not part of this petition,
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
So I just wanted to say that I also agree that this looks like a major problem. I do see the concern because particularly not just, our older voters, but there are young voters that are voting for the first time and this process is brand new. And seeing something like this could deter them from speaking up if they do get that form. So I'm with you on that. However, I do agree that this is, I guess, out of our jurisdiction, so to speak. However, I do think there's a compromise between Member Gazal and Member Johnson. Rather than putting a sign at every machine, I think it would be great maybe to have something right at the table where you sign in, just like a framed little image that just says exactly what Dr. Johnson was saying, or, maybe something that's just kind of put throughout the room where people have eye contact towards it, as well as I think we should encourage people to bring their sample ballots at the same time. It gives them both of those options. So I think for the sake of time, I think we all agree this is something that's outside of our jurisdiction. So I am going to make a motion that we reject it. However, maybe we'll come back and discuss how we can get on the same page as far as alerting the public. Maybe we can do a PSA as a board and do a press conference to talk about it or something like that as well.
So that I understand this correctly, then the Secretary of State is planning on changing the verbiage of the verbiage in it. You don't know.
Don't know. We
I
don't.
don't know the answer to that. The request can be made, obviously, by this board to the Secretary of State, but
Okay,
they're
so
in
you
charge,
can,
so-
you can request that they
we-
change it.
we can request all kinds of things, but but the request can be made by this board, yes. The Secretary of State, so.
All right.
Thank you. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Would you like to state your motion, please?
Yes. So my motion is that we reject this on the grounds of the fact that it's outside of our authority.
We have a motion from Member King to reject this petition. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member Jeffries. Any discussion? Hearing no I'm sorry,
Mr. Chair, I would
quick there.
make a motion to send a letter to the Secretary of State.
We need to vote on the that's outside of this motion.
I'm willing to remove my motion because I think that this might be necessary.
If I think
I can
she's gonna do what
withdraw
she
my
wants to, we need to deny this motion. And then she can make another motion that is different.
I'll accept that.
Okay, all right. Let's vote on the original motion, which was to deny this petition. We have a motion by Member King, a second by Member Jeffries. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of denying this motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, the motion carries 4-0. Member Johnson, you recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to send a letter to the Secretary of State and the Election Division to describe the problem that Ms. Luke has very succinctly described and the concerns that this should be mitigated and remediated as soon as possible, and ask for a reply or a plan from the Secretary of State of what they intend to do.
I'm not going to restate that motion. I think everybody heard it. But I'm going to ask that the executive director work with Member Johnson and also the other members of the board to develop that letter. So we have a motion stated by Dr. Johnson to send a letter to the Secretary of State to encourage them to make changes
To the verbiage.
to the verbiage
On the machine.
on the machine. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Member Johnson, a second by Member King. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. 4-0. Thank you, Ms. Luke. The next item on the agenda is petition for amendment to state election board rules presented by David Cross. Is Mr. Cross here? Have you been here before? No. It is,
The printing color, the emergency ballot. The emergency ballot.
it's 183-1-1-.013. This was the old salmon colored paper ballot that you refused to print in yellow and black, right? Okay. You have the floor.
I think there we go. Okay, for those in the room that don't have the secret code where you can find these documents, let's see. What we're talking about today is a petition to amend election code so that, well, the intent of the rule is to help maintain chain of custody of ballots. Specifically, during early voting, as additional applicants, this is Rule 183-1-14.11. Sorry for all the numbers. During early voting, as additional applicants for absentee ballots are determined to be eligible, the Board of Registrars, oops, wrong one, sorry. Too much stuff up here. My apologies. All right. Rule 183-1-1-01, paragraph 3. So we're looking in our evaluation and trying to reconcile publicly available ballot data along with, or voting data with ballot images. One of the things that's been particularly difficult is the ability to reconcile the number of mail-in ballots versus the number of provisionals and emergency ballots. Specifically, the concern happens because of what occurred in Fulton County in 2020, where just prior to the election, Fulton County ordered 770,000 of these ballots. They only had 540 something thousand people that voted entirely in the entire election. So it seems very strange that they would order that many. The concern that I and others have is that some of these ballots could easily walk out, be misappropriated, be sold out the back door. And again, for all the election directors across the state that are out there that say that, we've got honest people, I believe you. I totally believe you. I do think that we do have some bad actors in some places, and this is the way to help prevent bad actors from taking ballots and using them in ways that none of us are really thinking of. So the intent of the rule, again, is to improve security and chain of custody with Georgia elections on behalf of Georgia voters and to make scanned copies of absentee ballots visually distinct from less commonly used provisional and emergency ballots. The solution that I'm proposing is to provide two visually distinct types of ballots, emergency/provisional, as distinct from absentee by mail. In my previous rule, I had suggested maybe using salmon colored ballots. Member Gazal suggested that maybe voter anonymity might be impacted. I tend to agree. And what I'm proposing now is simply printing the ballots on the same white colored ballot stock, but separating them in terms of absentee/provisional from absentee by mail. Or I'm sorry, emergency/provisional. All right, let's see. All right, so as you can see in the documents, I think it's on page 3. I have a sample of a Fulton County ballot, and at the top you can see it says Fulton County. It has the ballot style for the precinct up there, and underneath it says official absentee/provisional/emergency ballot. And again, what I'm suggesting is making these things separate and distinct. If you're going to be mailing out ballots, there's no reason why a printer can't provide you with a separate batch of ballots for your mail out ballots, or why you can't produce them, at the county level as well too. So with regard to Rule 183-1-12-01, which is on page 2, what I'm suggesting is just an edit to the rule. And paragraph 2 says the superintendent shall cause every voting place and advanced voting location to have a sufficient number of, you're inserting emergency/provisional blank paper ballots that can be marked by pen, available for use in the event of emergency. And again, inserting emergency/provisional ballot shall be marked in the top margin separately and distinctly from absentee by mail ballots. Let's see. I promise I'm not going to go as long as Miss Marks went yesterday.
You get a prize for your brevity.
I'm known to be a man of few words. I try to speak briefly. All right, so on the bottom of page 3, I already covered the fact that Fulton County ordered 1 million emergency ballots. 770,000 of them were the long form ones. 220 something thousand of them, I believe, were just were extra reams of paper. Gonna see if I'm missing anything else here. I also showed you on page 4, I show you the total number of votes that were cast in 2020 and how it is just absurd that Fulton County ordered that many ballots. It's just something doesn't add up and it doesn't make sense. And me, as a financial advisor, I have to have things make sense to me. And when something smells fishy, it probably is. All right. Also, as it stands, Fulton County was not able to produce any kind of documents that showed how many ballots were destroyed. They just said the ballots were destroyed. There's no records that are available. So this again is making it so that if I go on the Secretary of State's website, or any citizen goes on the Secretary of State's website, and it says that there were, say, 85,000 absentee by mail ballots, then by God, there should be 85,000 absentee by mail ballot images. They should match. We're looking basically for an obvious visual cue so that the ballots are marked separately and distinctly. That's the crux of it. This is very simple. I think it's something that would be easy to handle. There's no additional cost that's going to come from having different colored ballots, and I'm open to your questions right now.
Have you looked at the calendar? The reason I say that is if we were to vote this into rulemaking today, we would vote on it again on September 9th. And then it would go into effect September 29th because things are held in advance. UOCAVA ballots will already have been sent out at that point. It's impossible to make this kind of change this close to the election. We simply can't do it. And it seems from your explanation that you're looking to solve an issue that happened in 2020.
No, this is for now and going on. So if this thing happens to go into effect for this coming election, that's wonderful. If it goes into effect for future elections, that's fantastic too.
It absolutely, it is impossible to go into effect for this election. That's what I want to make very clear, because the ballots are already going to be sent out.
To me, I have the same issue with this as I had with the last petitioner, whether we're allowed to even do this by code. And it goes back to this 20-3-50 subsection A1, and whether, I mean, it's the ballot issue. It's a ballot style issue, which is under the sole discretion of the Secretary of State's office, not under this board's office to change the form of a ballot. And so I have the same question with this as I had with the last one. Is sounds like a good idea, sounds reasonable. Does this board have the authority to make that change?
It's your own rule. I mean, you can edit your own rule.
But you're asking to change a ballot. Change the way a ballot's written, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, at the top, yeah.
So, Mr. Cross and board, first of all, 95% of absentee ballots are printed at Tattnall Printing in Georgia. So it's Tattnall Printing that actually designs the absentee ballot with the input from the county as far as who the candidates are and the rest of the ballot design. But I think, Mr. Cross, you're working toward ballot accounting, because in the statute, it's we're instructed, or the superintendents are instructed to account for all ballots. And that includes ordering of ballots, delivering of ballots, used ballots, returned ballots, not used ballots, and the number of ballots that are destroyed after the election a designated period of time. Now, even further, I would say currently we are not in compliance with Georgia law, election law, because OCGA 21-2-383 states ballots for use by absentee electors shall be prepared sufficiently in advance by the superintendent and shall be delivered to the Board of Registrars or absentee ballot clerk as provided in Code Section 384. Such ballots shall be marked official absentee ballot, in quotes, official absentee ballot. It does not say provisional emergency, and shall be in substantially the form of ballots required by Article 8 of this chapter. So we're currently not compliant with Georgia law. And so this should be changed immediately because we're violating Georgia law right now. I do not think it's too late to have this rule considered and if approved, become effective because printing has not started. Mr. Tatnall Printing, I won't say his name, said, yes, I know it's Russ. He would need to be informed. As far as, I ask again the questions, does this change the voting process for voters? No. Is there a cost involved? Maybe. There needs to be some accounting for ordering absentee ballots and then at some point in the election notifying Tatnall Printing most likely of the number of emergency provisional ballots that should be available in the polling places on election day, which is where they're used. So, and then would it benefit candidates? I think it's neither nor. And would it improve transparency or security? Absolutely, it might improve security because there's a clear distinction between official absentee ballots versus emergency provisional ballots. And a good election supervisor, I'm sure, would gauge the election process and the turnout and understand that the more people that vote absentee by mail will not need to have that provisional possible emergency ballots available in the polling place on election day. So it's just a matter of tracking the vote turnout plus early in-person voters to gauge how many emergency ballots they may need. So this is a change, but actually it's a change that actually makes us compliant with Georgia law. So I'm in favor of this.
Dr. Johnson, you don't see a conflict with 21-250A1? Which says to determine the forms of nomination petitions, ballots, and other forms the Secretary of State is required to determine under this chapter?
I see no conflict of all. This is compliant with 384 that we have official absentee ballots. It's not the form of how candidates are listed in the order and how their names are spelled out or whether they can use nicknames or surnames. This is about the ballot label. So, and the code clearly states official absentee ballot.
With all due respect, Dr. Johnston, that may be the case, but we, as the board, have no authority to force the Secretary of State to use a particular form for the ballot. It is up to them to comply with that and to determine the form. And we are exceeding our authority as a board that is very explicit in the statute. If we are attempting to pass a rule that we don't have the authority over this particular area of election procedure.
So you think, does my fellow board member think it's okay to not be compliant with Georgia law?
I think it is beyond the capacity of this board to dictate to the Secretary of State the form of the ballot.
It is my understanding it's the county that conducts the election and designs the ballots and approves the ballots. They work with the Secretary of State with their ballot design software, but it's the county that conducts the election, not the Secretary of State. At least that's what they say in court.
The statute was very clear that it is the Secretary of State's responsibility.
Do we have excuse me, I'm going to go back to what Ms. Favorino said yesterday. Did we get was this sent to the House or the legislators or anybody, any legal? Was it sent to? Okay, so to legal that's here, do you, I mean, what are your input on this? Do you have any? Okay, so there's no opinion from the Attorney General. Okay, well, as of right now, everything is speculation as to what we can and can't do, unless you can provide a statute or something that show. Well, we also have the law that says that we can do this, because the law says that the ballots are supposed to be read a certain type of way, and it's not.
The law can require the ballot, but not authorize the state election board to regulate on that issue. We
So the
can't,
law
we
doesn't
we can't regulate on issues that have not been designated to the state election board to regulate. There are very specific delegations of authority within the election code where we do have very clear authority. There are other areas where the law is unclear and we can provide more clarity. But where there is a very specific delegation of authority to the Secretary of State, that means we have no authority in that area. That's how delegation and administrative law works.
But since the printing is done by the county, then we're not delegating anything to the SOS office. We're not asking them to do anything. We don't necessarily need them to do anything with this, right?
The Secretary of State's office has the authority to determine how the ballot design under that very specific statutory provision that the chair read.
Would there be any difficulty with, should this board approve this petition for rulemaking to send it to Ledge Council? They certainly have the opportunity to weigh in and provide the input, and of course, the Senate and House committees that deal with elections. And they can give us that feedback. It's not that we're approving this as a rule today. We're simply accepting it as a petition to consider for rulemaking. And if the Secretary of State has a valid reason that they want the ballots to have absentee, provisional, emergency, then they can certainly give us that feedback, and that will, all of that we'll consider in 30 days.
And are you saying, we still come back to the issue that before this comes into place, ballots will already be sent out? So are you suggesting that we would have to have different forms of ballots depending on when they go out? Are you suggesting that?
I mean, it's a possibility that this would go into effect with the next election. That's a possibility too. So I think we should move forward with rulemaking, or at least this portion of the process, and then we can debate it in the 30 days, within those 30 days.
But that needs to be in the petition or in the rule when it comes into force.
What needs to be in the petition?
The date in which it would.
Well, we're going
come
to
into
try
force.
to have it come into play this election, but if it can't, then we can deal with that on the back end.
We know what the dates are. We know when the ballots are going to be mailed out prior to
Remember
this
John
rule
said-
coming into force. I mean, that's my problem with all of this coming 3 months before the election.
Yeah, we
When
can't not
every-
do our job because we're 3 days before.
Please, one at a time, please.
Every international standard, and I can name them, says you don't make major changes to election laws within 6 months of an election. OSCE, OAS, I will cite them if you want to hear them.
So what's the point of an emergency meeting? There's emergency meetings that take place where they can.
If there's an emergency situation, then
I
that's.
didn't, let me just finish what I'm saying.
Please.
The point I'm making is, so I'm assuming your position is to reject every petition because of the time frame. That we can't do that. We have to still do our job. If the petition makes sense and it's something that will secure our elections, then we have to do our job. We can't look at the time frame. If that's going to be the argument for every petition, then we know where you're going to stand on every petition and we'll just move forward. But as of right now, this is something that is a concern. This could cause some confusion. It can open the door for misuse. So I think it is important that we make a ruling on this and we allow the 30 days to take place and we can debate it within that time frame.
Well, as you can see, I supported some petitions yesterday that would not be problematic and I thought would not be too great a burden. Because I agree that there are some things that we can make changes. This represents an enormous burden on counties. Because they will have to They would have to have two different orders, two different supplies. And it is a much bigger change than, say, posting vote totals that they already have, which I have no problem with. I have real problems with burdening counties this close to an election. And I really appreciate the fact, Mr. Cross, that you have acknowledged that maybe this could go into force after this election and you recognize the challenges. I just want to make sure that we are walking clear, open eyes into the chaos that we are creating.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to put a burden on. No one wants to put any additional burdens on anyone or any of the workers, but at the same time, there's a responsibility that you have as a county official, as a board member, to do the right thing and to secure our elections. So if this is a method in which it will strengthen our elections and strengthen the confidence in voters, then we just have to do it. I mean, I'm not afraid of hard work. I don't think our election people are either. I think we should.
I don't think we should be presupposing that the Secretary of State is going to have a problem with promulgating rules. And to Dr. Johnson's point, 21-2, 383 and 384 specifically do say official absentee ballot. That's the only thing that goes at the top there. So somebody has made a change somewhere along the way. And the counties are just going to be going to the printers and just saying, hey, separate the orders. We need X number of mail-in and X number of emergency and provisional. I don't think this is a burden on the counties at all. That's all I've got.
I do know that Tatnall Printing has a 4-hour turnaround time to any place in the state. So they're available and ready to print additional absentee ballots if needed, additional emergency provisionals when the time comes. Emergency provisionals won't be needed until election day generally. So there's still ample time to consider this or
Fulton County in 2020, Fulton County ordered 770,000 ballots on October 25th. They had them on October 28th.
And they did so because they were afraid that they were not going to be able to use the machines. That was a full backup for every voter. My point is that this is one of many other changes. And again, ballots will have been mailed already before this rule comes into place. We keep forgetting that.
So if we miss this election, then that's the way it is. But the rule needs to be changed to make it so that, right now, people like me and people like Garland and people like Philip Davis and Kevin Mockler, we are the ones that are, splitting our time between like running my business. I mean, I run a small business. This is my second day of wasting, an entire day without pay coming down here to do this for the love of my country and my state. And it's people like me that are doing the job of the Secretary of State. We are the ones that are finding duplicates. We're the ones that are finding that these machines are inaccurate. We're finding duplicate counted ballots, double scanned ballots. It's astonishing to me that these machines and this Secretary of State has the capability to make our elections secure and make it so that we can reconcile them and so that ballots won't be double counted. But somewhere along the line, someone is choosing not to do that. That's the most frustrating thing as a citizen.
I moved to the previous question.
Are you making a motion?
I am. I'm making a motion that we promulgate this rule.
for rule.
That you
Approve.
I'm still learning
You would need to make a motion that this board initiate rulemaking procedures.
Okay, all right. My motion is that this board initiates rulemaking procedures on this petition.
We have a motion from Member King that this board initiate rulemaking procedures on this petition. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? The chair opposes this for the reason stated that it is in the chair's opinion, direct violation of 21-2-50 subsection A, subsection 1, and it is imperative that this board follow the laws that are stated in the code sections of Georgia, and that we do not over exercise our authority. So is there any other discussion?
I would like to add my name to that proviso that do not want to be associated with a violation of Georgia election code.
Any further discussion? We have a motion from Member King, a second from Member Johnson to initiate rulemaking procedures on this rule. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those in opposition signify by saying nay.
Nay.
The chair votes nay. Motion carries 3-2.
I'm confused. Mr. Chairman, you were able to vote on this proposed rule change, but not one, not yesterday. I don't understand.
The chair has the option of whether they want to vote or not.
Oh.
It's at the option of the chair.
Okay. Learn something new every day.
It's in Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay. Did y'all adopt Robert's Rules of Order?
We have not adopted any Robert's Rules. So we've been operating under it at the direction of the chair.
Okay. All right. Want me to step down and come back up, or do we want to go into?
I think since we're missing a board member, is it okay if we take a quick
Comfort break?
10-minute comfort break? Okay.
Like
Yes.
on a bus.
We have a motion. Motion.
So moved.
Second, so moved. Okay. We have for later on the agenda, discussion of the Fulton election monitor case. And one of the presenters, Mr. Germany, is not available after noon today because he's going to be on a plane. He texted and let us know. And so we, the board discussed it and felt it was necessary to move it up on the agenda so that both parties are here to present can be heard, instead of one not being able to be heard. So we're going to slide that into the agenda and then go back to the petitions real quick. So the, is Mr. Let's do it this way. If we can get him up there. I think that, we haven't done this before. I think if it's okay with the board, we will let each side present their proposal and then take questions or do the questions after both sides have presented their proposal. And that way they can each have 10 or 15 minutes to present their proposal, and then we'll go into the questions instead of interrupting in the middle. Is that okay with the board? Okay, all right. Can we get him on screen? So let me just give a little background while we try and work out this, these technology issues. And, on May the 7th, this board heard a case SCB 2022-025, which involved Fulton County, issues from the 2020 election. There was a complaint that was made and the board, heard that case. The board voted 2-1 to send a letter of reprimand to Fulton County and to agree with the Fulton County and the Secretary of State's office and the SEB to have a monitor for the upcoming 2024 election. And there have been two proposals submitted, one by a group headed by Mr. Germany and another. Dr. Johnson, who leads the other proposal group at this point?
Ms. Probst and Ms. Honey.
So Ms. Probst and Ms. Honey will be making the presentation for the other group that has submitted a proposal. It was a revised proposal from this past weekend, correct? A revised proposal. There was another proposal that was made to Fulton County, and Fulton County received both those proposals sometime, I want to say in early July. I don't know the exact dates. And they were voted on by Fulton County at their July 11th meeting of their election board. And they were, the Germany proposal was agreed to by Fulton County on July the 11th. The Secretary of State also agreed to the Germany proposal. I don't know the exact date on that. I don't have that with me. So the Germany proposal was agreed to by the Fulton County and the Secretary of State. This board has seen both proposals, but they have not discussed those proposals. And that's the purpose of today's hearing, is for this board to discuss those proposals. This weekend, we received an amended proposal from Ms. Probst from the previously submitted proposal that was voted on by Fulton County. So that is where we are at this point.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Ryan Germany. Just testing, see if y'all can hear me. Seems like you cannot hear me. Hello, can you hear me now?
Can you ask Ryan to talk so we can?
Hi, I'm talking. Can y'all hear me now? Hello? Hi, this is Ryan.
Maybe we have, let's try something up here. How about that one? I'm just gonna push buttons till something happens. No?
That's right. Okay. Can you hit,
I'll just start pushing stuff. No?
Ryan said apparently they can hear me on the Zoom, but not in the room.
What about that one?
Can you hit Zoom room audio up?
That's a lot.
But it should only be up for here. I don't know if that is Ryan.
Sound control page. Let's see this. Computer audio. How about that?
Hello, can y'all hear me now? Hear me now? Oh, there it is. Oh,
I told you if I push enough buttons, it would happen.
It worked.
Apparently my math degree doesn't translate to technology, so. Can you say something nice, like please, so we can hear you?
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
I'm ready when you are.
Since you have a limited schedule and for some odd reason, these things are taking longer than they should, we'll let you begin with your proposal.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair, board members. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you guys. My name is Ryan Germany. I'm a election lawyer with the firm of Gilbert, Harrell, Summerford, and Martin. Previously, I was the general counsel at Secretary of State's office for Secretary Kemp and for Secretary Raffensperger. I submitted this proposal. I heard about the resolution of the Fulton County case, that there was going to be the appointment of a monitor. I thought it was something that I could help with, given my background and experience. The thing that I was looking for in a monitoring team is I wanted people who have a deep understanding of Georgia electional law and also a deep understanding of Georgia election processes, not just in Fulton, but throughout the state. So just to tell you a little bit about the team that I put together, and I will say all of us, I think we agreed to do this because we think it's important, and we think it's something that we could help with, and we think it's something that we could approach with an open mind. So I told you a little bit about myself, Ryan Germany. I'm previously general counsel for the Secretary of State's office, and now an election lawyer in private practice. There is one amendment to our proposal. Monica Childers had received approval from the Election Assistance Commission to serve as a team member. Apparently it got more complicated than they were thinking, so she's no longer part of the team. The other team members are Lynn Bailey, who many of you probably know. She's a former elections director in Richmond County, Georgia, and she was served in that role for a long time. And now she serves as a consultant, helping other counties and the state with election processes. Carter Jones was the election monitor for Fulton County in 2020. I think Carter's inclusion is crucial because Carter's really the one person on the planet who was there in 2020 throughout the process, and who can now come back and say, okay, based on what I saw in 2020, there have been improvements, these things have been resolved or not. And he's really the one person who can say that. So I think he has just a lot of experience actually in Fulton County with monitoring, and he can be able to compare what he sees now to what he saw in 2020. The other person on our team is Matt Mashburn, former member of the state election board. As you know, even more importantly, prior to his service on the state election board, Matt served as a statewide poll watcher for the Republican Party for many years in Georgia. So he went to Fulton County, but also many other counties, particularly in tabulation, and watched that process, monitored it, knows how it works, knows when something is off. And I think his experience with that in Fulton and around the state is going to be invaluable. One other thing that I'll mention is I was the appointment of the Secretary of State's office to the Fulton County Performance Review Board, which I conducted with two election board members from around the state, from Mr. Stephen Day from Gwinnett County and Mr. Ricky Kittle from Catoosa County. Both unfortunately have passed away, but they were just great people to do that with. And I learned a lot about Fulton County processes there. Our conclusion, as many of you have probably seen, was that Fulton County was making improvements and still had improvements to make. And that was in the 2022 election. So I would be able to take what we've seen from 2022 and further look to see if those improvements have been made. We spelled out in the report what type of improvements Fulton County should be looking for. Now, this job is a little bit different than the performance review. The performance review job was to make a recommendation to the state election board as to whether or not Fulton County should have their superintendent replaced. That's a different question. The performance review board came back and said, no, we don't think that'd be helpful at this point. The job here for the monitor is to ensure that Fulton County is following laws and processes and regulations in the administration of the 2024 election. So that's the way we would approach it. The other kind of extension of our team is we have discussed a partnership with the Georgia Democracy Resilience Network, which is supported by the Carter Center. It's a bipartisan group. And we partnered with them because the goal would be to extend our reach for in-person voting and early voting to really, make sure we have good coverage of, hopefully every election day precinct and every early voting precinct from a monitoring perspective. I think the core team that I mentioned earlier will be the ones who are really involved prior to that. And as you guys know, from an election standpoint, really the stuff that happens in the lead up to the election, the preparation, the training, all of that is the most important in terms of how is the election going to end up going for that county in November. So we want to make sure that we are monitoring those processes as well, and they're basically ongoing and starting now. So it is something that if there is going to be a monitor, it needs to go ahead and get started. The approach that we would take, I lay it out in the proposal, but it's basically a soup to nuts approach where we would look at every single process, security and chain of custody procedures, poll worker training, ballot proofing, logic and accuracy testing, equipment storage and delivery instructions. These are some of the things that I was talking about that happened before the election, but how you structure them, how you are prepared for them can really define how the election goes. Absentee ballots, processing absentee ballot applications, preparing and issuing absentee ballots, receiving and verifying absentee ballots when they return, managing the drop boxes, and then of course early processing of absentee ballots. So we would closely monitoring the absentee ballot process as well. And then of course you get into voting with advanced voting, election day voting, and polling place procedures. There's specific paperwork requirements that have to be done. So we'd be making sure that those are complied with. And then of course there's really the post-election processes like tabulation, that specifically batch management, reporting of results, canvassing, reconciliation, auditing, and then of course going through certification. So that's what we'd be looking at. And I think that pretty much covers it. I'm happy to stop there and take any questions after the other presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Germany. We're going to hear the presentation from the other presenter, and then the board will open up the floor to questions from the board. If you just hang on for a little while, we'd appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christine Probst. I'm going to be presenting a proposal from a different group, and I want to make a clarification. The proposal that went to the Fulton Board of Registration Elections was a draft proposal. It was a work in process. This is our official proposal that we submitted to you. So I'll just sort of cover that in some highlights. First of all, my background, I'm a 35-year plus executive with my own consulting company. So I've worked in startups. I've been involved in several startups as well as Fortune 500 companies at the executive level. Process management, project management, operations, sales, you name it, I've done it. I think when I start talking about the monitors that are associated with this proposal as it relates to the other proposal, our team has current knowledge. We have been working in the elections. We have been poll workers, poll watchers, vote review panelists. In fact, I think I've been involved one way or another in every election for the last 4 years. And a lot of the recent experience I've had is actually going to the tabulation center and training other poll watchers about what to look for, what the laws are, what the procedures are. There's several other people on our team, again, who have been working in the polls, not observing in 2020, but actually working in the polls since 2020. So our knowledge about what's happening in Fulton is very current. And I would like to say that what we've witnessed is a lot of improvement. So a lot of folks here that show up here and talk have a mindset based on what was happening in 2020. I'm really happy to say that Fulton County has implemented a lot of procedures since then, and what they do at the elections hub does not resemble what happened in 2020. So that's just a little aside. The scope of our proposal is actually very similar to what Ryan Germany just went over. Let me just talk a little bit about some of the folks that we would have on our monitoring team. What's great about this monitoring team is that we have people from all different areas: legal, IT, operations, investigations, election experts. They're not just in the election side, but they've been CPAs, forensic accountants, folks that are licensed investigators. So they're really experienced in looking at processes and seeing where and I myself, an operational process consultant, really is what I do. So just to share a few names. First off, Heather Honey, who is the other person that submitted this proposal with me, is a licensed investigator, professional researcher, operational integrity consultant, auditor, election systems analyst, and the executive director of the Election Research Institute. Eric Christensen is a CPA, Arthur Anderson, Deloitte, and a CEO. Frank Ryan, BS, MBA, former state representative in Pennsylvania, retired colonel from the Marines, and an advisor in elections for Iraq. He actually helped set up the elections in Iraq, which is pretty amazing. And Robert Barker, who's a lawyer with 20 years of experience with the Georgia election law. Elizabeth Ann Delmas, who's here today, who's a retired Department of Defense federal agent investigator with 39 years of law enforcement experience as a state and federal investigator. And she's also been in the trenches working in the polls in the last 4 years. So again, current knowledge of what's happening in Fulton. So current election knowledge and specific to Fulton. Lawrence Duckworth, licensed investigator, election experience since 1974, leader of 6 software companies. And then George Balbona, who's an election integrity advocate, who's also here today. And we like to say he's an election nerd because I have never met anyone who has more election knowledge. Just ask him a question and you will get reams and reams of information. So that's a little bit of background about our team. Again, the scope is very similar. We're going to do a lot of front-end work in the preparation to look at the staffing and the training and the setup, the equipment security and delivery. We're going to look at, Dr. Johnson mentioned something that somebody, hasn't really been talked about much, but that absentee ballot, when you order absentee ballots, are you tracking that you received all those absentee ballots? Are you tracking how many were used? All the way through to what wasn't used and what was destroyed. So that's part of that process. But in addition to that, we're really going to focus on the security of the ballots and the memory cards and the machines once they come back to the election hub. That's kind of when we look at the Moncla Rossi complaint, that's where the wheels fell off. And so that's going to be a significant part of our, of the content of our work. We're also going to look at the standard operating procedures that Fulton has in place. We're going to look at the election rules and see how those compare. And then we're going to actually monitor that. So we've got 3 data points, right? We've got what they say they do. We've got what the law says they should do. And then we've got what we actually witnessed that they do. And then we'll provide a weekly status report to you that says, hey, here's what we did this week. Here's what we found. Here's what we're going to do next week. Because we're going to try everything we can to work with Fulton County to produce any impact on them, right? They've got a job to do and it's going to be a big election. So we want to monitor without getting in their way. We're not going to tell them what to do. We're not going to tell them how to do their job. We're going to do everything we can to give them a heads up on where we plan to be. And we're going to do our best to schedule time for questions or anything like that so we're not impacting their operations. We're also going to respect the confidentiality of what we do. Okay, so anything that we find will be presented to you. It'll be presented to Fulton County, and it'll be presented to the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections confidentially. Okay, nothing that we look at will be presented outside of our team and outside of you. So that's a really big part of our proposal as well. I could go into more detail about the specific scope, but I think it's fairly well defined in the presentation you have. Again, I'd like to say the biggest difference is that we have folks from a wide variety of experiences with a lot of operational control and audit experience, as well as, again, current election experience in Fulton. And I think at the end of the day, whether you choose Ryan Germany's proposal or our proposal, I really think it's up to you to decide who the monitors are that you want. I mean, I think it's up to this board to pick the monitors to bring in. I don't think it's up to the Secretary of State, and I don't think it's up to Fulton County to decide who's going to come in to monitor. I really think you all ought to be choosing the monitors you want to do this on your behalf. So anyway, that's it. Happy to answer any questions.
We'll take questions from the board now. Ask the board to, so that this is as orderly as possible, to please be recognized by the chair before you speak, so that we're not talking over each other. Thank you. I'm going to turn on everybody's microphones, including yours, Member Jeffries. If anybody would like to ask a question. Member Gazal, you're recognized.
First, Mr. Germany,
Sure.
Mr. Germany.
Yes, I can hear you, Sarah.
Thank you. So I understand that Ms. Childers is no longer available. Is there any plan to try to replace Ms. Childers?
No, not at this point. I think, the core team we have is what I'm comfortable with. We do have plans to, like I said, extend our reach using the Georgia Democracy Resilience Network to assist. But not to add any more core team members.
Thank you. Second question, a follow-up question. Are there opportunities for more people who would be interested in participating to link into the broader network of that you described for the actual observation process?
Yes, that's part of what we'll be doing when we it'll be similar to what we did with the performance review, where we will be utilizing the Georgia Democracy Resilience Network because they do have experience in the state in the subject matter in elections, but we'll be looking for volunteers, and then we'll be training those volunteers to go out and really to help with monitoring of in-person voting.
So for instance, anybody sitting in this room could probably volunteer
Yes.
as part of that. Thank you. And I think it's important to emphasize that there are opportunities for more members of the public. Now, Ms. Probst, we received some comments from you, and I have to say it was a little troubling getting comments from you urging us to reject this proposal without you disclosing that you had your own proposal and your own financial interests at stake. So I think that was a little bit of a misstep, quite frankly. I'd like to know a little bit more about the involvement of Ms. Honey in this. And Ms. Honey is very well known, and I'd like you to describe a little bit more about the work that she has done, say with Cyber Ninjas, and involved in the Arizona audit. In that background.
Okay, so I'm not able to give you that background. I would ask you to ask her for that background. I wasn't prepared. I actually didn't know I was going to be speaking today, so I'm sorry I didn't come prepared.
All right, Mr. Chair, or
Member Johnson, you're recognized.
Mr. Germany, are you still there?
Yes, Dr. Johnson, I hear you.
Okay. Considering that this monitor team was initiated or proposed following the hearing of the SEB 2023-025 Rossi Moncla complaint, and considering that it is an incomplete investigation to date, what will you be monitoring specifically with regards to the findings to date from that complaint?
Well, what we'd be monitoring is compliance with all laws and regulations and processes for that are applicable to Fulton County and every county, frankly. So, I understand that some of the main issues in that complaint are the double scanning of ballots, which, I said in my performance review that that's something that's completely should never happen. So we'd be looking at that from a batch management perspective, from a chain of custody, documentation. But I do think the issues raised in that complaint would be part of this, as is every other law and regulation that they have to follow. It's really a complete compliance-oriented monitoring job.
One of your team members, Carter Jones, was the monitor arranged between Secretary of State and Fulton County in 2020 to monitor that election. And Mr. Jones' report includes from Seven Hills Strategy. In his report, he is written as describing the administration of the election of Fulton County: confusion, disorder, chaos, disorganization, anomalous, poor management decisions, chain of custody issues, overlooked batches of ballots, unsealed ballot bags, outdated software, temporary staff problems causing clerical mistakes and logistics problems, persistent chain of custody issues throughout the entire absentee ballot processing system, ballots in unsecured mail carts, non-existent ballot security protocols, failed intake counts on provisional ballots, equipment delivery process problems, quote, underwater, missing memory cards, bringing ballots in through the back door, 1,105 people, quote, not found on the voter lists that were actually registered voters, plagued with procedural problems, end quote, and it goes on and on. But Mr. Carter Jones his report reflects all of this, but he did not find the fact of the duplicate counted ballots being inserted into the vote counts. He did not note the missing ballot images. The monitor could have reviewed the chain of custody logs, but it was up to Mr. Wingate and the members of the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections during their review and canvass before certification to decide to vote against certification when those could not be provided. How will your monitor team correct these issues?
Well, our monitoring, the point of a monitoring team is not to correct issues. It's to observe issues and see if there are any and then report them. So if those issues exist, then we will report them faithfully. I do think Carter's viewpoint is crucial because, like you said, he was there and he witnessed what happened in 2020. Of course, he was there in real time, not subsequent to the election. So I think that he'll be able to see, based on everything he saw in 2020, are they having similar issues? Have they corrected them? And if so, how? And whichever that is, we would kind of faithfully report to back to you guys and to the other interested parties.
The conclusion of the Performance Review Board report listed some of these issues or deficiencies, and then essentially said they're trying hard and they have a good attitude, and they want to do better. And I think Fulton County does want to do better. Would your team provide a weekly report during
I think
this?
in our proposal, we say we'll provide periodic statements of findings and a final report. I wouldn't want to commit to weekly just because I'm not sure that we'd actually have enough to report weekly, but we certainly envision submitting reports throughout the process.
Questions?
No more questions? Any other questions?
Just one quick question. Ms. Frost, is anybody on your team experienced in actually administering elections? Aside from just being a poll worker or poll manager.
In terms of election supervisors, no.
We're not taking questions right now from the audience. Ms. Probst, has anybody on your team ever been accused of bias or been accused of being an election denier?
If that's the criteria.
I honestly don't know.
Hmm,
I honestly don't know.
okay. Mr. Germany, I ask you the same question.
Not that I'm aware of, but there's probably accusations about me that I don't really know about. So I don't know.
I have a question.
Member King?
Yeah, this is a very simple question because I was not a part of this process from the beginning, so that's why I'm listening mostly. But Mr. Germany, during the 2020 elections, yourself as well as the office claimed that there was no issues. Do you still feel that way, provided that you are now wanting to be part of a monitoring team of Fulton County?
Well, I think if you look back at what we said at Secretary of State's office, and that what I would still say to you today is the result was correct in 2020, and that Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump in Georgia. And we looked at all sorts of different issues, kind of the paradox of elections. And I've been involved in Georgia elections since 2014 when I became General Counsel, Secretary of State's office, and some of our team members have been involved many more years than that. And what they'll tell you is, and I call this the paradox of elections, where they are so important, they are so crucial that there can be no mistakes. But the fact is that elections are run by thousands of people across the state. Many of these people are, they're poll workers. They get a few days of training. They do this. They do it more out of a civic duty. And so the fact is, because of that, there are mistakes. So you have to have processes in place as the county election administrator to catch processes, to make sure to catch mistakes, to make sure they don't become broad mistakes. There's, of course, oversight by the state election board to hold people responsible when there are mistakes. There's different checks throughout the process to try to figure out, okay, what happened. So I've never said there's never been an election with no issues. That's never happened, and that's not going to happen in 2024. But the issue is, how do you kind of minimize issues? And you do that through training. You do it through different systems. You do it through checks, and you do it through different. You look at everything you can. I know we were doing that when I was Secretary of State's office, and that's one thing that I would say is in 2020, the issues that we were seeing were similar to issues that you see in every election. I never said there was no issues, but in terms of any evidence that the result was in question, there's no evidence of that I've seen either.
So just to be clear, I'm not debating the results, but there was a lot of messaging that went out during the 2020 election cycle that there were no issues. This was a perfect election. There was no issues. The fact that you're saying now that mistakes were made and that there were issues concerns me, that when you were a part of the largest monitoring team, the SOS office during the 2020 elections, at that time, the conclusion was that there was no issues, when we clearly know now that there were issues. So that concerns me, and it quite frankly causes me to lose faith in your ability to monitor this election based off of that previous experience.
Respectfully, I don't think that's ever what we said from the Secretary of State's office.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I didn't hear you.
Respectfully, I don't think what you described is ever what we said from the Secretary of State's office at the time.
You said you did not say that there was no issues in 2020?
Correct.
Okay.
Please.
Several presidents.
As has been stated many times in the last couple of days, my position is nonpartisan and non-biased, and I'm concerned about bias in any monitoring group. Mr. Germany, do you know the political makeup of your team?
Um, let's see, I'm looking at my team. I know I consider myself conservative. I think Matt Masper would as well, in terms of Lynn Bailey and Carter Jones. I could not tell you their political makeup.
The team that you're bringing on from, I don't recall the name, the group that's going to assist you.
The Georgia Democracy Resilience Network.
Yes. Are they comprised of Republicans and Democrats?
Yes, it's a bipartisan network. It's led by former Senator Don Balfour and Rashad Ritchie, who is Don Balfour is a Republican, Rashad Ritchie is a Democrat.
Okay, I wasn't aware that former Senator Balfour was there, but
For clarification, did you say Rashad Ritchie, the media personality, Democrat?
He is a Democrat. I'm not
I'm
not
just
sure
making sure
of
you're
his
saying Rashad
occupation.
Ritchie. Okay, the media personality. Okay.
Ms. Probe, do you know the makeup of your team, political makeup?
Yes, the majority of our team is Republican. We actually did try to recruit at least 3 or 4 Democrats who I see at the Tabulation Center and I'd very much like to work with. They chose not to join our team. We'd very much like to have more Democrats on our team, and to Ms. Gazal's statement, we're open to bringing on additional monitors under this proposal.
For my position, it's extremely important to me that, especially in working with Fulton County, which is a majority Democratic county, that there are Democrats represented in this monitoring team, so that it looks like it is not a biased team. I want to state for the record that I know, I don't know, I have met a couple of individuals on each of these teams. I met Mr. Germany in person one time and have spoken with him over the phone about this as he's made his proposal. Mr. Mashburn, who is the former chair of this board before me, I met him one time. I've talked with him on the phone when I was brought onto this board several times to try and get some guidance, which he also lied to me. That's a joke. I have met Mr. Barker on your team on multiple occasions. And I met Mr. Duckworth yesterday. And I spoke on the phone for an extensive time with Mr. Christensen and Member Johnston. So that's my involvement with both of these teams. I did not plan to have any involvement with these teams. When this proposal was made by Mr. Lindsay, Member Lindsay was going to coordinate the monitoring teams, and he was removed or decided to retire or resign from this board for reasons. So the only involvement I've had is trying to pick up the pieces from that. And like I said, I have very little knowledge. And since you mentioned Senator Balfour, I've known Don Balfour for 36 years and a few days. So, because he was a former employee of Waffle House for a long time and a state senator for quite a long time and chairman of the Rules Committee here. So I've known him for a while. But I was not aware that he was on your team though. So.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a statement in regards to the biased comments. I think we all would love it if we can have individuals who are not biased. I think this previous election showed us, particularly considering your first question about the election deniers, that that's a term that's slapped on anybody at any time, at any moment. And I know that personally without having any type of, no one called me and asked me if I was an election denier, but they called me that in the media. So I think it's important to note that deciding or looking at a person and saying, hey, are you Republican? Are you Democrat? Like that does not determine how they're going to monitor, vote, or do anything. We don't know what people do when they're private and when it's time for them to make that private decision. So I don't think we should judge the criteria shouldn't be whether or not you say if you're Republican or Democrat. I don't think that determines if you're biased or non-biased. I think what determines that is if you are morally strong or you have integrity. And that's what we should be looking for, integrity. And so that is why I have concerns with the monitoring list that Mr. Germany has put forth, is because when I have repeated videos of the SOS office saying nothing happened, and then he's saying here that that didn't happen, that's an integral issue for me. So I think we should be looking for people who have morals and high integrity rather than how they vote.
Well, since I think that that's appropriate when you know people, but when you don't know people and you're having to judge monitoring teams that you don't know, and the only thing you can have is what's printed in the media or what you read or any background you do, we have to make our judgments somehow. And I think that in my position, I'm looking for a team that has both Republicans and Democrats on it, which is the only way I can judge what their political leanings might be, to make sure that it's a fair and balanced team that's doing this monitoring. So that's the reason I stipulate Republicans, Democrats. I mean, if there wants to be a green member party on there too, okay. The more voices, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Unless we're asking people to provide their voting record, we really can't determine that based off of what they say. So I do agree with you. I do want there to be a balance. I think there should be a balance. I just don't think we can determine that based off of what people say. Unlike you, I don't trust everyone. I don't trust what everyone says. And I certainly have issues with trusting the media, particularly when I'm in the media and I'm being called names and I'm being told I'm doing things that I know I'm not doing. And you can't fight back because the media doesn't ask you for your perspective. And if they do, they'll sit on the phone with you for 30 minutes and then put one line in the article or don't quote you at all. So I don't think it's beneficial to use the media as a judge of character for anyone. But that being said, I digress.
I want to correct one statement you made. I don't trust anybody.
We can agree on that.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Member Gasol.
I agree that media statements can be very misleading, and I trust people based on their actions much more than what they've stated. And again, I'm deeply troubled by a couple of the other members of this monitoring team by Ms. Probst. For instance, former Representative Ryan. I don't know, I haven't read what he said in the media, but I know he voted to send a list of false electors for Pennsylvania. And what he has to do with Georgia elections, I don't know. I know for a fact that Mr. Barker, as an attorney, filed a suit to overturn the 2020 elections. So that, I believe that is indicative of his beliefs and motives, much more than anything that the media said. And that's why I find this a deeply troubling list.
Please. I really don't want to have to go back to jazz hands because I think that's stupid, but if we just not clap too much. Actually, I wouldn't be going back to jazz hands since I never asked for them to begin with, but any other questions from the board?
Well,
Member
Mr. Chair.
Johnson, you're recognized.
Yes. So, first of all, this monitoring idea was ill-considered from the start. I'm not sure what we really hope to accomplish with a monitoring team. Second of all, this idea, this notion about a monitoring team was cooked up in the back room by Mr. Lindsay and somebody at the Secretary of State's office and someone at Fulton County without.
Member Johnson, I don't think we need to get into character assassination. Cooked up is a term that ought not be used by this board. I'm going to rule those comments out of order.
The monitoring team was formulated by Mr. Lindsay and Secretary of State, as he said, and Fulton County Chair without the knowledge of all of the boards at the time. And and I'm not sure what deal was made or what was arranged or what was promised. But I fear that somehow or other, Mr. Lindsay may, I don't know if some promise was made to bind this board to some sort of action. But that concerns me. And the way this has come about, and Mr. Lindsay is no longer on this board. And the chair of Fulton County Board of Elections is no longer on that board. So the parties that were involved, I'm not sure who was involved with the Secretary of State, but at least two of the three parties are no longer here. And plus a monitoring team was not agreed upon by the July 9th meeting. So this proposition is, no longer valid altogether in the motion that it was a part of. But if we want to vote on either of these teams, it seems like there are concerns about both. I mean, we can vote on these teams today if need be, or we can, if you would like, I'll leave that up to you.
Would the board feel more comfortable presenting a team that comes from us? I mean, provided that we're kind of split on these two teams.
I think if I may,
Member
I think, again, we don't have the authority to unilaterally force a county to accept a monitoring team. And that's just not part of our authority. And that was certainly without going through a further judicial process. We could do it through a judicial process. We cannot, we don't have the unilateral authority. And that was, I know, the motivation that Mr. Lindsay had stated on the record during the meeting, that wanting to resolve it amicably and have an agreed upon team. And because we don't have the authority on our own without going through further judicial process to force that. And it just very quickly, I would like permission at a later meeting to have a presentation on the role of external third-party monitors, because having observed elections across the world, it is an incredibly important tool for instilling faith in the outcome of an election, or identifying problems, which we've seen very recently. So I would like to beg leave of my fellow board members to invite somebody in to discuss that role at a later date. Because I do think that there's a very important role that external monitors can play. But that's for a different time. I'm done now, sorry.
Yeah, I've had several conversations with Mr. Lindsay about this. His belief was that it was in the best interest of Fulton County, this board, and the state of Georgia for there to be a monitor in place for the upcoming election. And the best way to do that was for there to be an agreement with all the parties, with Fulton County, with the Secretary of State's office, with this board, so that we all could come to agreement on that monitor team. As I stated earlier, Fulton County and Secretary of State are comfortable with Mr. Germany's team. They received both proposals. I'm sorry, there was a proposal that was submitted to them. I received it from Dr. Johnson. I forwarded it within a day or two to Fulton County, so they can consider it and try and meet the timelines that were suggested by Member Lindsay. And so, and I understand that some members have backed off of that original proposal from your team. So his intention, though, was, if I can speak for him, was to try and make this happen, because he felt like it would help Fulton County, it would help the state of Georgia. And Fulton County agreed to it because they also felt like it would help them. And they felt like Mr. Germany's team, after looking at both proposals, was the team that they could work best with and would be a fair team for them. So that was his intention with and this board did hear the 202-2025 case and voted 2-1, as I stated earlier, to issue a letter of reprimand and to agree, work with Fulton County and Secretary of State on this monitor team. That case was adjudicated on May the 7th. So
Oh, you said that that the goal was for there to be consensus amongst this board, the SOS and Fulton County, correct? But there's not consensus on that. What Fulton County voted on, we were not in agreement with that, this full board. So where we are right now, if we are not able to provide our list as a board, I can confidently say that I am not in support of the list, the Ryan Germany list. So that's my position on it. So I would be more comfortable with Christine's list, Ms. Pro's list, if we had to choose today. But since there should be a consensus, I'm just stating it for the record, I'm not comfortable with Ryan Germany's monitoring list.
well, this board obviously is not in agreement on which monitoring team. It seems like we were at an impasse. I would like to seek further guidance from the Attorney General's office on what we should do in this matter, since we are at an impasse as a board and as one of 3 parties that were supposed to agree to this. Member Jeffries.
Mr. Chairman, just an idea I thought of a couple of weeks ago. Why couldn't this board pick 5 people? Secretary of State's office pick 5 people. And Fulton County pick 5 people, and we make them the monitoring team. The people we pick would have to want to do it. They give a third, and a third. I mean, it's just an idea.
As long as I don't have to be on the board. I mean, I don't, I wish I could answer that question. I don't know whether we can do that or not. And I really would like to seek the advice of the Attorney General to see how this board needs to move forward before we make any decision on this. I don't want to misstep. As I have expressed many times, it is very important for me to follow the law and the rules and regulations of the state. So,
Mr. Chair, it was my understanding that before the related case, 2023-025 was heard, the deal was already made and agreed upon, and I think there's a member of Fulton County Board here that could address that issue. So before we even considered that case and came up with a letter of reprimand and a monitor team, it was already a done deal. And and Fulton County's Board of Elections was not informed. This board was not informed. So things are sort of, kind of the cart before the horse, or misstepped along the way. And I think I like Senator Jeffries' idea, but I think perhaps it may be premature to decide about that today, that we ought to, and I think there are some members of this board that have not read Ms. Prope's proposal yet. And so maybe we should, and plus the two of the 3 parties that had this idea about the monitor team are no longer on the board. So perhaps we ought to reset. And I do think I agree with Ms. Gazal that it's very important to have a monitor team for Fulton County. And but I think we need to kind of reconsider all the options.
the chair would entertain a motion to table this proposal, that we could rehear it at the August 19th meeting.
Before that, quick question, the option of combining the lists or maybe having a few from Mr. Germany's list, a few from Ms. Probe's list, and putting that together to be the monitoring team. Is that an option?
I think that we could discuss that in the
Okay.
next 2 weeks before the meeting.
Okay.
We can't discuss it as a board.
Mhm.
We can go out and investigate it individually, and then we could discuss it at the next meeting.
Mr. Chair, additionally, since now in May, the Secretary of State was a part of this board, but as of July 1st, the Secretary of State is no longer a member of the State Election Board. I would petition that the monitoring team be dealt with between the State Election Board and Fulton County without the Secretary of State being a part of that decision-making process.
I think that that's also a question that we need to resolve it before the next meeting, since the original motion that was voted on and passed included them in it. So I would need to take that into consideration and discuss that with the Attorney General's office.
Right. But we're no longer compliant with that motion. That's expired as of July 9th. So yes, but I agree that we could talk it over with the Attorney General's office.
The chair will entertain a motion to,
Make a motion to table to next meeting, August 19th.
we have a motion from Member Jeffries to table this discussion until the August 19th meeting. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Johnston. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of tabling this discussion until the August 19th meeting signify by saying aye.
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 Hearing any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That's carried 4-0. Mr. Germany, is here to the left.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Did you hear our motion and result?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be in contact with you later as to what if we need anything.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank-
Appreciate it. Thank you. You can just hang up. They tell me. You want me to start pushing buttons again? No? Okay. All right. Mr. Cross, are you still here? Would you like to return to the podium? This is a petition by Mr. Cross for amendment of state election board rules. It's tab number 36 in your agenda. I mean, in your books.
Okay. So the rule today is with regard to maintaining chain of custody with regard to ballots that are mailed. The reason why this is important is because we know for a fact that there are ballot houses. I know of one in Gwinnett County where ballots are pilfered out of the mail, taken to a particular home in a neighborhood not far from me. And it is a revolving door during elections.
Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, just, you know,
How do you know that?
because I've got photographs and people watching this particular house. I haven't seen it personally, but I've seen photographs.
And
So-
they're doing what?
They are stealing ballots out of mailboxes. They're sometimes getting them from the post office in boxes, taking them to a home not far from my office, and people are filling them out, mailing them back in.
Has a complaint been issued with this board on that?
Has a complaint been issued? I've not issued a complaint on this one. I know the person's name, but the reality is that it's going to open up a can of worms for the people that I know that provided this information. So law enforcement, I'm sure, will be brought in. And because I am an election denier, I will be pilloried and I will become a target. And I'm not willing to do that at
Well,
this
we're all
time.
getting used to that. Yeah, I'm sorry to.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think you understand like how much, I mean, how much this has cost me personally, professionally. I've lost dozens and dozens of friends over this. I've got family members that have written me off, calling me crazy. I've got people in the media sitting right over there that call me crazy.
I totally understand that. I really do understand. I appreciate that. That seems to be a extremely serious complaint that this board needs to look into. And so if somebody wants to anonymously report it, that's a huge violation that this board needs to look into, needs to investigate. I mean, it's just, we can't have that.
I agree.
So I'm sorry to.
And listen, I'll be happy to do it. But I mean, now you know where it's going to come from. So I'm sure I'll be investigated. So here's the thing for anybody who wasn't here last time, when you walk in to go vote at any precinct, you vote early, you vote on election day, I don't care what it is. You go in and the first thing they say is driver's license, please. And they scan the back of your driver's license. Once you come up in the system, they then hand you, a ballot card. You walk over to one of the touch screens. They watch you vote. They don't see how you vote, but they can see that you're voting. Your ballot prints out. You walk over to one of the machines, you put it in the machine, and at no time is your ballot, at no time are eyeballs not on your ballot. It's called chain of custody, all right? When these ballots are printed at the printers and they're sent to the counties, they're kept under lock and key, all right? The only time that chain of custody is lost with ballots is when they are mailed out. They put a first-class postage stamp on it. It has a little emblem on the outside that says official election mail, making it incredibly easy to find. Plus it's also in an oblong envelope. And these things are sent with a hope and a prayer that they're actually going to get to the intended recipient. If in fact that person did request that ballot. So the ballot goes out in the mail and you just hope that it's going to come back, right? What I am suggesting is a change to rule 183-1-14-.11 with regard to mailing and issuance of ballots. The rule says during early voting, as additional applicants for absentee ballots are determined to be eligible, the Board of Registrars or absentee ballot clerk shall, right now it just says mail, official absentee ballots. And I would like to see that changed to mail by United States Postal Service or other delivery service which offers tracking. Very simple change. The board or clerk shall make such determination to, instead of mail or issue, mail by United States Postal Service or other delivery service which offers tracking. Now, this is very simple. This is all about just seeing when the ballots get mailed out. And if you've ever tracked with U.S. Postal Service, you'll see that they timestamp, where it is along in the process and that it's being out for delivery. As it stands right now, Member Gazal pointed out the fact that we have this thing called ballot tracks. Well, as of 2 days ago, the Secretary of State decided that they're going to contract with another company, I think called Ballot Secure or some nonsense like that. Not quite sure. I have to look it back up. But anyway, so the Secretary of State has said, hey, we're going to use a different one. That is a push service, meaning that you as the voter have to request that service in order for the ballot to be tracked. When I spoke with Zach Manifold, who is the head of elections for Gwinnett County yesterday, I asked him if I put an open records request in and said, can you give me a list of all the people who requested ballots and show me a list of all the ones that were actually received, and all the ones that were rejected and sent back. Can you do that? He said, no. And he said, I would love to be able to do that. But he said, as it stands right now, they cannot. So the new service works exactly the same. I reached out to Ballot Track to find out how it works. And they did in fact say that it's a push service. So there's no reports that are generated for the, for the county or for the Secretary of State for an open records request to be able to be fulfilled to just verify, did the ballots actually get to who they're going to. So the costs for using something like this, in my proposal here, I said it could be as much as $1. I use a service, had it written down before. I use a service at my office for mailing. God, what's the name of it? Stamps.com. Okay. With stamps.com, when I'm mailing out client reports or things, I get a discount on the postage of like 6 or 7%. But I can also add tracking onto that service for free. So if the counties are using something like that, or they've negotiated rates with the U.S. Postal Service, they should be able to get the same service that I'm getting for free to be able to track these things. This is incredibly important for 2 reasons. Number one, Democratic Senator John Ossoff already made us aware of problems with the Postal Service and delivery. Murphy's Law says that which can go wrong will go wrong. I'm willing to bet, $100 that there is going to be problems with the mail-in, with mail-in ballots and with them being received back. At least if we're using the service for tracking ballots and requiring the counties to be able to track them, the election directors will know for a fact, was a ballot delivered or was it not delivered? Very simple. So this is all about chain of custody, and it's all about being able to reconcile, as a citizen, what happened in our elections and maintaining chain of custody. That's it in my presentation. Questions?
We heard this back in May, correct? This one?
You heard something similar where I said, hey, let's use U.S. Postal Service restricted delivery. That would cost $13 per, and it could probably be negotiated down to $7 per, but there was a lot of pushback on cost. The service that I'm suggesting today it's free for me as a small business person. It's got to be free for the county to be able to use it too.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to these issues. I'm still waiting on my Fleetwood Mac poster that was supposed to be here a week and a half ago. So I got nothing good to say about the post office right now.
Mr. Cross, I think I misread some of this, so I didn't understand exactly what it was that this would require. I would love to hear from a county to understand. This is the sort of change that would require very little effort on the county's part, and I would wholeheartedly support it if the counties tell me that there's little or no cost to it. I do take exception to one of your draft changes, which is mail or issue. Early voting under statute is absentee in person. So counties must have the ability to issue absentee ballots because that is an early in-person vote. So by removing the ability of a county to issue an absentee ballot, technically you're trying to eliminate early voting, which again, we can't do because that's required in statute. So that's just a drafting
Understood. I would say eliminate, take out the cross out of or issue and just, leave it, cross out the word mail and replace by mail by United States Postal Service or other delivery service which offers tracking.
I did not think that was your intention to try to eliminate early voting. That would have been rather dramatic. So
Thank you.
If I can be assured, and I know that the counties are caught up today with training. But I would be willing to support this if they can tell me that this would be little to no cost to them and it's something that is available. And I will say the Ballot Scout is the name of the service that you're
Yes.
looking at, because I wrote it down here. And it does provide tracking for voters. And this is something I would strongly encourage that voters opt into. They have to opt into it because there are federal laws that prevent basic people to be signed up for email or texts without their permission. So that's why it's a required opt-in. But I would strongly recommend any voter applying for an absentee ballot, use the Ballot Scout because they can track it from issuance. It integrates both because I researched it when I saw the notice, it integrates it from the election office through the mail service. So it tracks it through the mail and then back again. So voters can see exactly where those ballots are all the way through. I do not think that that is publicly available information though. And I don't think that that particular tracking information would be, I think there are some privacy issues with the USPS, but I'm not certain. I
Member
haven't.
Gazal, what was the change that you were requesting? Where it
In the
says mail or
text, it
issue?
says mail or issue and that needs to remain in the regulation.
I'm going to put the Attorney General on the spot. Can we make that minor change to this today? It seems like a minor inconsequential change. Okay, all right, good. So we can do it if we move forward with an amended version of the rule of change amended today. We can initiate rulemaking procedure. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board?
So, one more question. Are there reports associated with this, Ms. Gazal or Mr. Cross? Do y'all know? With the tracking?
So if I'm like, for instance, in my office, if we mail out, 200 reports to our clients and we've got tracking on them, we can actually pull up the tracking sheet and get a spreadsheet that shows exactly, where they are in the delivery process. With Ballot Tracks or Ballot Scout, that's not available.
Are there any questions for the board? Mr. Cross, just so that you know that I'm unbiased, I'm going to support this rule.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So then I'm clear. We're still talking about supporting the rule as is with that minor adjustment, not replace. I don't know where the Ballot Scout, is that something? Okay.
That's separate. No, that's separate. And I just want to make sure that voters are aware.
Yeah. I like that.
Any other questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion from Member Gazal on this, and she knows what she would like to do with this rule.
I move that we initiate rulemaking on the basis of the amended petition with those, with that strike through removed, as we've discussed.
We have a motion from Member Gazal to initiate rulemaking procedures on this petition with the amendment to remove the strike on the words mail or issue in two different places in this rule. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Jeffries. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The chair votes aye.
Holy cow, that's a 5. Thank you.
I told you I'm unbiased. Motion carries 5-0. Shall we hear one more? 12:15? Oh, we're breezing through these. We can do one more. Well, Mr. Favorito, are you going to be long-winded? Okay, because if my lunch gets cold, I may be biased if my lunch gets cold. All right, Mr. Favorito, would you approach the podium, please? Yes, we petition for amendment of state election board rules presented by Garland Favorito. Good Italian name. Right? I'm a little biased towards Italian names, so. This is tab number 37.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to do the data retention rule first. Memory card retention, if I can get this fired up here.
Can you hang on just 1 second? Alex is causing technical problems again.
And the handout will match the presentation.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
While we're getting set up, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Garland Favorito, co-founder of Voter GA. Got 40 years of IT experience, 20 years in voting systems technology. And the last 13 years of my career, I worked in online banking, which we provided a big part of our job was to provide cyber protection for our clients and our financial transactions. At a large institution with had over 1.5 million clients in both consumer, corporate, and small business. I'm going to jump right into this. I think it'll be pretty quick. Let's see. This rule is to do memory card retention. The issue is to change the memory card retention rule. And before we talk about, whoops, we lost that. Before we, there we go. Before we get into the memory cards, I think it's important to understand the flow of and what's on the memory card and why it's important. As y'all know, I'm sure everybody in the room knows that memory cards are created for in-person ICP scanners from ballot marking device selection summaries. I don't call them ballots either. They're not a full ballot, but that's what the in-person voting uses. The scanners have memory cards in them. They're the compact flash cards that are in your cameras and typically other things, same thing that Dominion uses. Those memory cards are loaded to the election management server. On the memory cards are in-person ballot images, cast vote records, and audit logs. That's what's contained on a memory card. And these election records are created automatically when the ballots are scanned to tabulate votes. I think we can pretty much all agree on that. I don't think there's anything out of hand there. Absentee ballots are out of scope for this particular rule. So what's the problem and what's the solution? This is going to be very simple, like Member King's dad likes it. The problem that we see right now is that the State Election Board's memory card retention rule does not retain the ballot images, cast vote records, and audit logs on the card long enough to comply with federal or state election record retention law. I know that claim came up on another case yesterday, and I think I agree with, it was Member Gazal that said that she did not agree, and I think she is right. I think that was overstated yesterday, but I'm going to show you the clear plain text of the law today. And so their proposed solution is simply to modify the rule to comply with the clear plain text of federal and state election record retention law. So what is the election record retention law? Federal law says that every officer of election shall retain and preserve for a period of 22 months all records and papers which come into his possession relating to any act requisite to voting. Any act requisite to voting is the key, and that's all records. And I think we should be able to agree that these are in fact records. Also, in addition, state law OCJ 21273 says that all primary and election documents shall be preserved therein for a period of at least 24 months. But the current text of SEB Rule 183-112-13, and I apologize for the formatting, it works differently on this computer. That says that the election superintendent may use the memory cards for programming ballot scanner units for the next primary election or runoff. And the proposed text that we're suggesting to say that the election superintendent shall retain the memory cards for a period of 24 months in accordance with Georgia law. It's that simple of a change. It's just one sentence change for the most part here. I want to clarify some legal confusion that came up when the Fulton County case was first actually presented. The memory cards are the most important election records other than the physical ballots. The physical ballots are the most, I believe, the most important records because that's the only way you can reproduce the election results. And the memory cards have ballot images, cast vote records that are tabulated, as well as the audit logs. Memory cards are election records, and election records have always had a 22 to 24 month retention period. SB 202 made preserved ballot images subject to open records request, but that did not affect the retention period. That simply made them subject to open records request. So the false information that you got from the lead investigator last time was that there was no violation in law. I would argue that it is, if you don't retain them to 22 and 24 months, that there is a clear violation of clear plain text of the election record law, not to be confused with the open records request law. I hope that's distinguishable. So some cost considerations. This will require some extra memory cards to be purchased. So a few considerations here. Generic compact flash memory cards are interchangeable across devices. As most of you know, you can put a compact flash card in a camera, you can put it in anything except a compact flash card. It's just like plugging an appliance into your electrical outlet. It's all interchangeable. Many counties already have extra cards, and they already are doing this. They're already preserving them for each election. So there's only a one-time cost needed to provide an ample number of cards that can be rotated into a two-year cycle. This is not an ongoing cost concern. It's only a one-time cost. Now, Dominion charges $46 for a 16-bit card that I find on the internet for $12. And that doesn't include statewide bulk pricing, which you would be getting thousands of cards. I think if you look.
Exact same cord?
Yes.
The exact same cord?
16 gig. It's a 16 gig compact flash card.
Is it the same manufacturer?
Well, manufacturer could be different.
Okay.
But I guess my point is a 16 gig compact flash card is a 16 gig compact flash card, regardless of what manufacturer it is.
Well, I'm sorry. I worry about the quality. I'm not questioning
Yeah.
I know you can buy things a lot cheaper some places. I just want to make sure that we're getting the same quality. You know, when you talk about two different things, like I can buy socks at Walmart, I can buy socks at Saks, you know?
Well, I mean, it's really hard, I'm telling you this from my technical experience, but it's really hard to distinguish between quality in memory cards and compact flash cards. I'm not sure what the quality difference that Dominion would claim exists there. I'm not aware of it. I mean, basically, they all operate the same speed, and I'm unaware of any difference in the card. I think that's just markup because, you know, they're holding you hostage, quite frankly.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we can actually speak to this. I had a conversation with Mike about this. We actually found that the actual exact specs of the card that Dominion is charging at $5 on Amazon. So I mean, this is clearly an upcharge.
It's a shocker to me. This government would overpay for anything. So,
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, Mr.
Thank you, Member King. That's typical. You know, that's the kind of markup you're facing on a proprietary system. So Member King has stolen my thunder here, but I had it, bulk pricing could probably get down to $8 or $10. I think y'all have found it as $5, and you matched the specs up, so you've done better than I have in doing this. So I'm trying to give you just an idea of a cost. I know that's what you're going to be concerned about. There are less than 4,000 scanners statewide to my knowledge. I think there's about 3,500, but I'm overestimating here, averaging 2 maybe memory cards for each scanner. You might still want 3. $10 per memory card. Member King has found them for 5, so you can probably cut this estimate in half. So that I had 80,000 statewide. That might be as low as $40,000. Which could be, based on Member King's information there, which I was not aware of, would be $250 average for 159 counties, or you could be even $10 or $20 per scanner as an upgrade. So that's the cost you may. A lot of the counties are already doing this, and they would not even have any cost update. Don't know if you would want to approach that on a county by county basis, or maybe pick it up statewide if you have a little budget. But let me just quickly compare that to the cost of what the voting system cost. Voting system was, and we lost the screen again, $170 million for the initial purchase. An additional $10 million a year burden on the counties, ongoing burden from maintenance, testing, certification, licensing, storage, and logistics. $35 million in taxpayer-funded interest on a bond. The initial purchase and ongoing expenses were committed without the required fiscal notes. Fiscal notes were required for over 100K. And the system is financed on a 20-year bond, and the system only has a 10-year shelf life. So we're going to be paying for this system for 10 more years after its useful life is over. So that's just I just wanted to give you that quick little comparison there. It's a pet peeve of mine. So why is this rule important? This is what you really want to hear. In 2021, Voter GA surveyed 70 Georgia counties. We surveyed all 159 counties. We found that 70 of the counties could not produce all of their original ballot images for the November 2020 election. 36 counties were missing all of their original ballot images for the 2020 election. I believe that was a clear conflict with the federal and state statutes. We found 1.7 million missing original ballot images for the November 2020 election in 2021, when they were supposed to be retained under the federal and state statutes, which I showed. 34% of the images were missing statewide. There were 5 million ballots cast. We only received 3.3 million back. Just a real quick overview of this analysis that we did. Thanks to a bunch of volunteers, we found 13 counties that did not comply at all. 1 county just flat refused to comply. 3 never responded. 4 gave us excessive process up to $15,000 to produce their ballot images. That's how obscene this was. And then some of them just said they were going to do it, but never did it. 6 of the counties had no original or recount ballot images whatsoever. 2 of them had major failures in the voting system, and that's the reason why Coffee County and Fannin County had massive election failures in 2020 in that election, which that's outside of the scope for today. 34 of these counties, their images were incomplete. And by incomplete, I'm not saying that they were missing a couple, 3 ballots. They were missing thousands of ballots. 17 counties had only the recount images. Now, what's important to understand is a recount image cannot substitute for the original ballot image. Recount images have no original timestamp for audit purposes. They have none of the original metadata to show how the selections were interpreted into cast vote records. And the images could have been replaced by tampering between the time the original election was conducted and the recount was conducted, which in 2025, I think was about a month apart. So that's why recount images don't really mean anything. You have to have the original ballot images. So why were these destroyed? Well, when we asked some of the counties, they told us the Secretary of State's office said we could do it. And here's an email that we got from the actually, they sent it to us, I think, or we got from Open Records Request, where we have the former state election say, yes, go ahead and reuse the memory cards. And this was right after they had conducted the I think that was the 2020 election. We have another one from the current deputy director telling another one to another county that they could go ahead, you can clear the CF cards, compact flash cards, when you're ready. And this was immediately after conducting the primary, and he was telling them to reuse them for the runoff. So, as I said before, the only thing that can substitute for the original ballot image, and 1.7 were destroyed, is the actual ballot. That's the only thing that can substitute. So I made an open records request, wanted to let you know this, for the original ballots from Fulton County. On May 7th, they told y'all that the ballots were preserved. Well, here's my request that you can see. And they said that, no, there are no responsive documents to your request. Risk of Addison, July 10th, 2024. So were they lying to you then, or are they lying to me this past month? Now, they've also told the courts that that they are available, and these ballots are now unsealed by court order at my case, Favorito v. Juan, and they are saying that they're unsealed, so they're not available. So what happened to them? Have they violated the law here? Did they really destroy them in spite of all the court orders? So we don't know, but I wanted to show you this because it's relative, and I decided to also check with the clerk of the court, not just the election board, and then they said that it was a duplicate request, but nobody ever responded to my open records request to tell me who did that. So bottom line is, here's the requested relief that we're looking for. Number one is to make the rule to conform to what we believe is and we know is the clear plain text of federal and state law, and simply by having more memory cards and retaining those cards for 2 years. We would like to see that you issue a letter of instruction to Michael Barnes, who, as you saw from the email, incorrectly advised the counties, and I think that he should be instructed on what the law is, and telling them not to tell them to prematurely destroy any memory card content anymore. Number three, we think that it's time to subpoena the Fulton County 2020 election ballots, and let's end this 3-year secrecy shell game and find out what actually happened. That should have been done years ago. As y'all may be aware, Fulton County hired criminal defense attorneys just to prevent us from looking at the ballots. And we are the taxpayers. I live in Fulton County. And the Attorney General's office is also conflicted because they filed an amicus brief to back up Fulton County against all of the voters in the state of Georgia. So finally, we'd like to see you also possibly issue a letter to superior courts to inform them that these 20 other ballots, 2020 and 2022 primaries, can now be available, since there's only the seal requirement is only for 2 years on OCGA 21-2500. So that said, that's all I have, and elections have to belong to the people. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Member Gazal.
I agree that state and federal law require maintaining these electronic records for 22 and 24 months. I am concerned about the cost because it's not simply one replacement. This year, we have 5 elections So we would need 5 separate sets just to get through 2024, any presidential election year, because you have the presidential preference primary, the general primary runoff, general election runoff. Even if we can use non-proprietary memory cards, and a question I've asked, I have not had answered, is whether or not using non-proprietary memory cards. I agree, the price is outrageous, but does that do anything to the warranty? Because I know that if I use non-proprietary parts in my car, I violate the warranty and it's gone. So that's a question I have. I have not had that answered yet. I know that this is something. I would agree with a rule that requires, because the medium is not part of the data that is required for storage. That is just a method that we could choose for this. We could also choose to have the data, including all of the metadata, uploaded onto a server to maintain that. And I am not prepared to force counties to expend this kind of money without further exploring the cost implications of other methodologies of doing this.
Yeah, can I respond to two things there? One is if you transfer the data to the server, you don't have the original data anymore. Anything could have happened during the transfer. The other thing is on the warranty side, if you were changing the actual computer, the hardware part of it, yes, or even the software, yes, that could invalidate your warranty. This is media. This is data. This is media that contains the data. It is not something that would invalidate a warranty. That's just, it would have to be, for a warranty to be invalid, and I'm just speaking from my personal experience, it has to be hardware, software, or firmware that's modified. And if that happens, then it could, as you said, invalidate the warranty. But this being simply a medium, a data, that should not invalidate any warranty.
I want to get confirmation from the Secretary of State's office before I'm willing to sign off.
If they say it does, I would suggest getting rid of these machines tomorrow.
Well,
Member King, you're recognized.
Yeah, so do we have confirmation that there is in fact a warranty in place at all, period?
I know that many counties have actually purchased extended warranties so that they can have warranty service on them. I don't know how many, but I do know that there are warranties in place.
That being said, there is an option of getting the data, cleaning it off, reusing it, but we still actually have the data. It's the data that you want us to maintain for 24 months. So it doesn't matter if we actually have it on the card, as long as we have it. So for instance, as long as we store the data for 24 months, or do you want the actual card being held for 24 months?
Well, so that's a great question. In my opinion, the original ballot images are on the card. Once they're transferred to the server, we don't really know for sure if they were the original ballot images. And we have found that the ballot images have been electronically altered. And I've already testified to this in a couple of court cases. So that's the concern. It would be better to just go ahead and preserve the cards, in our opinion. And then once you have a complete set of cards, you can rotate them. There's no more additional costs.
It's also brought to my attention that there is money in the audit budget to purchase memory cards. I know there's been discussion around purchasing about 16,000 memory cards. So is it possible? You know, I'm gonna.
You'll have to talk to the executive director about that.
Yeah. So is it possible to have enough where we no longer need to we can actually save the cards? Is that?
Quite frankly, I would say that if this is a security issue and we have the money there, I would believe that the legislature would see that as a great expenditure with that money. I think we can do it. So I think also I'd add with that, at Amazon, it was $5 a pop, and that was buying 5. We're buying 16,000. Guys, we might get these for $1.50. So let's see what happens. And I'm gonna lead on that, and I'm gonna try to get it as cheaply as we can, because we've looked at the specs, we have the specs, so it's not like we're just coming out of thin air with something. We have the specs, we're looking at the same equipment, so we know what we're going into. I do believe we can get enough memory cards. We might be able to get enough to have, maybe 3 or 4 for each county, because that's the goal, is to give the counties what they need, not put an unfunded mandate on them. So that's the deal. Yes, ma'am.
Member Johnson?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I contacted a cybersecurity expert about the use of other cards, non-proprietary, as we might say. And he said there's no issue with that, which was reassuring. He said, and actually, if it was required to be he made other comments. If it was required to be formatted by the vendor, then we ought to be worried. So I just say that. But here, I love props. Here's a 16 gig flat memory card. They're not big. They would be easy to store. And if nothing else, the ballot image audit funding, I think we will be able to use to buy, 16,000 cards and to distribute around the state. And it was certainly, if it wouldn't completely pay for itself, it would certainly ease the burden, the financial burden to counties.
Member Gazal?
Yes, I am contemplating submitting a motion to table this until we can get confirmation that we can actually purchase those cards, and then revisit on the 19th. If we can be assured that the funding that is in the budget, we can use to purchase cards on behalf of unless Director Cohn's willing to state right now definitively that we have permission to use the funding for that. We do?
Yes.
Okay, then.
If I may,
Yeah.
I spoke with the chairman, both in the House and the Senate, and I spoke with the former appropriations chairman, who certainly spent, I think, 12, 15 years as appropriations chairman. I did bring that to his attention. He said there would be no problem there. So I can attest that I think we're in good shape and good standing there.
We can make the motion conditional.
That's fine.
Yeah. I do want to, is anyone from Gabrielle here?
They're on training.
Okay, I do want to read a portion of their response to this. That we believe that retaining memory cards for a longer period of time would be advantageous. However, we do not have enough money or memory cards to do so. The recommended memory cards cost $46.20 per card. We are not sure if less expensive cards would work with the voting system and not violate its warranty. However, even if cheaper cards are available, purchasing an additional set for every election would be a significant cost. We are also unsure of how counties would preserve the metadata from the memory cards. We are willing to explore options to do so in a way that would preserve the data without impacting our operations. We suggest that we jointly request the legislature fund the purchase of 2 additional sets of memory cards for each county during their next session, that they be retained for 60 days for any election prior to being reused. That would give the court time to order their continued preservation in the event of an election contest and would not be an ongoing cost to counties. That is a portion of Gabrielle's response. They mentioned some federal election law, but we don't care about that.
Mr. Chair, may I add, I was fortunate enough to be able to sit in on the ballot image audit, a couple of the meetings. And I think we anticipate teams of technical experts that will be around the entire state assisting election offices with the ballot image preservation, which will not only facilitate and make sure that all counties preserve their ballot images, but at the same time, I'm sure that they would assist in the preservation of all the metadata in those offices. So not a problem. And the image, the memory cards are, we'll not need to replace these until after the election. So there's ample time to address this petition and propose it for rulemaking.
The chair would entertain a motion on this.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we rule to initiate rulemaking procedures on this matter.
We have a motion from Member King to initiate rulemaking procedures on this matter. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member Jeffries. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of initiating rulemaking procedures on this petition signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, the motion is carried 4-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I was so fast, am I invited to lunch with you?
Sally Grubb said she was taking us all to the OK Cafe. Sally.
She ran out.
It's on video. I heard it yesterday. My daughter asked me if I was going to the OK Cafe last night, so. It is 12:34. Is there a motion from the board to recess for lunch for a 40-minute period?
It's already at lunch.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So moved. This meeting is called back into order. Mr. Favorito, we are here to hear a petition for amendment of the State Election Board rule by Garland Favorito is tab 38 in your binder for the board. Please proceed, Mr. Favorito. Oh, you want it on? Oh, okay.
Okay, yes, we are on. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For this rule, which has to do with tabulation and reconciliation, I'm going to rely for the questions and answers and a little bit in part on Tamara Favorito and David Cross. I don't think that you'll have any questions I can't answer, but just in case, Tamara was involved in the reconciliation changes that you're about to see, and David is instrumental in the evidence that I'm going to tell you about. So, well, he'll be here for Q&A. Thank you, Charlene. Yeah. Yeah, just time down in the cafeteria. So here's the problem. We believe that there's evidence that indicates that Georgia's Dominion Democracy 5.5 system has an intermittent QR code defect that causes in-person ballots that are accepted by the scanners not to be tabulated. And there is no current procedure to detect this problem.
Will you say that again?
Sure. And it's on the first page, right after the second page of the slide deck that you've got. We believe that the Georgia's Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 system has an intermittent QR code defect that causes in-person ballots that are accepted by scanners to not be tabulated. Now, I'm talking
Why
about
do you believe that?
intermittently.
You can explain why you believe that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what this is all about. I would be remiss if I tried to not do that. And there's no current procedure, if we're correct, and we're going to find there's no current procedure to detect this problem. So the solution to the problem is simply to reconcile the total ballots accepted by each ICP scanner with the total ballots cast on each scanner's tabulation tape for all in-person voting. So that's a very simple change to make in the law. If we were to make that change, it would impact Rule 183.112.12 for Election Day and Rule 183.114.02 for advanced voting. And basically, for Election Day, what we were simply proposing is that the poll manager and two witnesses record the count of the ballots from the tabulation tape on a new column on the recap form and perform a slightly adjusted reconciliation to include the tabulator tape ballots cast. Very simple change to the current reconciliation process. And also on the advanced voting, a very, very similar situation where the tabulating personnel should record the count of the ballots cast from the scanner tabulation tape and perform the predefined reconciliation procedure that they already are doing. So the key thing is we're balancing the total ballots cast of the tabulation tape and reconciling that with everything else that they're already reconciling that's already in the code. So moving on to 183.112.12, Election Day reconciliation, I'm A1. I'm not going to read you that because I think y'all are probably more familiar with it than I am. And moving on to the next slide after that, which should be slide 5 in your deck. One simple change handles this for Election Day, and we believe that it can be simple as one sentence. It just says that the poll manager and two witnesses shall record the count of ballots from the tabulation tape on the recount form. So all we're proposing here is to add one column to the current recap form to add the tabulation tape's total ballots cast. Very, very simple, cost-neutral change, we believe. In regards to advanced voting, Rule 183.114.02, we added the reconciliation process that includes the tabulation and followed the same exact language that's already in the statute right above it. So simply saying that would be, yes.
Just a moment. I'm a little confused here
Yes.
because in our folder here, it has the document that we're looking at is for a change to 183-1-112 or -12-0.13 storage of returns.
No, that's the previous presentation. I think you've got do you not have the?
But it shows us tab 38. Okay.
That's okay. We've already had lunch. We got time.
Yeah, your chairman's not that smart, so. All right.
It's confusing. I don't understand. Take your time.
All right.
Well, so let me back up. And what it proposes, we're proposing two simple changes. One of them to 183-112-2 for election day, and one of them to 183-114.02 for advanced voting. This only impacts the in-person votes because only the in-person ballots have QR codes. However, this problem would occur if you put those ballots through the ICC scanner, the absentee ballot scanner. So, Mr. Chairman, you tell me where you would like me to pick up. And yes, he's got one. He doesn't have one? Okay, well, let me give you.
Is that it?
No, that's
Yeah.
not it.
Y'all give me too many papers to keep track of. I don't even know. All right. How many trees have you killed today? Just to,
Well, no.
huh.
Maybe Mike Cohn stole your copy. I don't know. Okay, now, seriously, so let me just, tell me where you would like me to pick up, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to, back up
It
and,
appears I'm the only one confused today, so
well,
just start wherever you want.
well, so we haven't, gone that far. So let me just back up and, because this is really important. I believe this is the most important rule that you're going to hear today, or yesterday, or maybe, this year so far. And so let me just go ahead and restart. What we believe is that the Dominion Democracy 5.5 system has an intermittent QR code error, which has already been defined, and I'll tell you where, in other states. And that defect causes in-person ballots that can be accepted by the scanner, but never tabulated. And there is no current procedure to detect this problem. That's what we're concerned about. So the solution to this is simply to reconcile the total ballots accepted by each ICP scanner with the total ballots cast on each scanner tabulation tape. Very simple addition to the reconciliation process, and this would be a stopgap measure which could detect this problem, we believe, because we know, and I'll tell you a little bit later, that it's still occurring in even up to 2024 elections in the primaries. So this would require two simple changes, one for election day and one for early voting. It's a simple change to the reconciliation process, which simply includes the tabulator tape, total ballots cast in the reconciliation process. You're already reconciling the total ballots cast on the scanner to the poll books, to the BMD, to the BMD. That's already been reconciled. We're just adding a fourth entity to reconcile to the other three. So a very simple change. I think Member King's dad would totally agree to this. So anyway, the change that we were proposing on 183-112.12 is that the poll manager and two witnesses shall record the count of ballots from the tabulation tape on the recap form. So we're simply proposing to add one column to the existing form, just to add that as another entity or another thing to reconcile in the current reconciliation process. So instead of a 3-step reconciliation, it'd be a 4-step. Likewise, I'm going now slide 6. We defined the reconciliation process to match the exact language for tabulation as what it said prior to tabulation. And that would say, our proposal would be the election superintendent or tabulation center personnel shall then record the count of the ballots cast from the scanner tabulation tapes and reconcile to the count of ballots cast on the scanners and the absentee electors list and the absentee ballot recap form. And then we use the same language that was already right above that to, if in case there's a discrepancy, 183, 114.02, that's slide 6. So I'm not going to read to you that text because y'all know it better than I do. So I'm going to focus most of the time on your concern, Mr. Chairman. How do we know that this is actually happening? That's the bottom line. So this error, I'm going to error discovery slide 8. The QR code signature mismatch error was first found on the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 system used in Williamson County, Tennessee. This is a very famous nationally known error that was found, I think, about 2022. The error caused votes on accepted ballots not to be tabulated. The scanner accepts the ballot, but it's never tabulated. It was discovered by a very smart poll worker up in Williamson County. The error was confirmed by the Tennessee Secretary of State, the Elections Assistance Commission, and the Dominion Voting System. They all acknowledged that this error was in fact true and accurate. As a result of that, the Tennessee Secretary of State recommended that Williamson County discontinue the use of the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 system in that county, and Williamson County did in fact replace the system, which is nearly identical to the same Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 system used in Georgia. So next slide. By the way, I want to just show you the Tennessee Secretary of State's letter. And they said in this letter, I'm just going to read the first paragraph. I was glad to provide this letter. I think it may have already been provided to you, but we have a copy of it. Due to the urgency of the pending election, we wanted to inform you that it is our recommendation that Dominion voting machines not be used in Williamson County. Dominion has not provided suitable service to the Williamson County Election Commission. That's directly from the Tennessee Secretary of State, and that's dated February 16th, 2022. And that, again, is the same version of the system that we use. Well, okay, that's Tennessee. What about Georgia? Senate, SEB 2022-348, this is I believe, the second most important complaint that the State Election Board has ever heard in the 20 years I've been here, only exceeded by 2023-025, which you're going to be talking about this afternoon, I think. That complaint provided the board evidence that 65 of 67 counties in Georgia that they surveyed, they experienced the same QR code signature mismatch error. And we now know that this error also occurred in Georgia counties during the 2024 primary. One that I'm personally familiar with is Chatham County. So it was there. This error can occur on any QR coded ballot, regardless of whether it's scanned by the ICP or the ICC. We know that it also occurs on QR coded ballots that are scanned by the ICC, even though that's not the normal process to go through. Georgia's Secretary of State's office has provided no evidence to the State Election Board that this error has been remediated. A few things to just think about here. There's currently no way to detect this error because it gives the illusion of undervotes. And undervotes are a normal process that can occur in an election. There are no significant costs involved in changing the ballot recap machine forms or adjusting the reconciliation procedure as little as what we're proposing. And this would be a stopgap solution. It doesn't correct the real problem. The real problem is still that the system's not counting right. But this would be a stopgap solution to allow elections officials to detect the error, detect the problem exactly the way that Williamson County did. Right now, we are vulnerable, extremely vulnerable to this error. Now, I want to address the issue that the state election board has already heard this case. I know that this is going to come up, so I wanted to just attack this head on. The complainants in Senate Bill and State Election Board 2022-348 have never been allowed to present this evidence to the board, even though you've heard the case. This error is called a QR code signature mismatch error. They've never been able to present the impact of the error on Georgia vote counts, and they have that evidence, and they have submitted part of it to you as part of this complaint. Instead, when the complaint came up, the board asked Deputy Director Michael Barnes questions. You might remember that just a few meetings ago. And the State Election Board, we believe, is obligated to comply with Title 50 of the Georgia Code, and in 5013-13-3 provides all parties the opportunity to present evidence and be represented. And here is that statute. And a key part of that statute says that opportunity shall be afforded all parties to be represented by legal counsel and to respond and present evidence on all issues involved. I know Mr. Moncla has written to the board, I believe, and requested to speak on this before the case was heard. I'm not sure about Mr. Cross, but he's here can answer that question. So just let me recap the chronology, because I tried to warn the board that Mr. Barnes was not qualified to investigate this case to begin with, 2022-348. And just let me quickly recap that. On December 19th, he was scheduled to be heard, but he was not available, so we had to postpone that. What you don't know, and what you may not know, if you read my letter, you do know, January 11th, Mr. Barnes testified in the Curling v. Ravensburger case under oath that he is by no means an expert, quote unquote, on voting system applications. Curling v. Ravensburg also confirmed that 2022-348 was not investigated. My letter attempted to warn.
The gentleman yield.
This is a petition. This is not a hearing of a case. I think this is out of order to have the discussion of former cases. I am very happy to hear the petition. I have no problems with the substance of the petition. I have real problems with re-litigating cases that have been closed.
Well, this case has never been litigated. This is the State Election Board does not have authority to litigate cases. What I'm trying to do is, because I know that you have raised this issue before, I'm trying to raise the issue that someone's going to say that this has already been heard by the board. And what I'm trying to explain to you is the evidence and facts that it has not been heard by the board.
But that is not the issue on the agenda. The issue on the agenda is the petition.
The petition,
And we
the
have not
petition evidence.
we have not
Excuse me.
moved to expand the agenda.
This is part of the petition presentation. It is instrumental to the reason why we need to make this rule change. It is totally part of this proposal.
Well,
It's the
Mr.
reason.
Everett, I will agree in part with you. If you have evidence that you found that's relevant to the petition, that would be germane, but the actions of the board on 348 are not germane to this petition. So, I mean, in that case, so if there's evidence, and yeah, that's germane. The board did hear this case in the February meeting and adjudicated it in February, which is a Zoom meeting. So any evidence you can submit, but not, I really don't think the actions the board took are not really germane to this. So.
Well, okay, so again, I'm going to contend that the board does not adjudicate cases. That's what the courts adjudicate cases. Y'all are investigating the information to determine whether a case should be adjudicated or not. That's what y'all are here for, based on my experience of 20 years of coming to board meetings.
Well, the board
Miss-
reached a decision on that case, though.
Well, and I'm trying to
Mr.
explain.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, with all
Yes.
due respect, if this information is pertaining to this ruling, I'm sorry, this rule that he's petitioning us to support, I would like to, I mean, I wasn't around. I haven't heard most of this. So if it's something that is going to provide significant details related to why this rule is necessary, I would like to hear it. I mean, it's just a couple of slides, but just
Well-
personally, because I don't really know, I wasn't around.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if there's information related to what your allegations are in the 348, that's okay. I just don't think that the discussing the board's actions that it took is germane to that.
Okay, so let me try to rephrase it then. And let's forget about the actions that were taken. But the evidence that you heard was that you don't have this error in Georgia. The complaint that Mr. Barnes never read shows you that you do have the evidence in Georgia. And my point is that the evidence that justifies this rule is in State SEB 2022-348. When Mr. Barnes was here, he had not read the complaint. He didn't have a clear understanding of the complaint. He hadn't investigated the complaint. He had not spoken with the complainants, Mr. Cross and Mr. Mockler, and he couldn't even answer basic questions about the complaint
Well,
that's germane to this proposal.
I understand that, but I'm asking you to refer to the evidence and not what Mr. Barnes said, because that really isn't germane to this rule. It is, what was the evidence that he didn't hear that would support this rule coming into effect?
So, in order to have determined the evidence of this case, you would have to have determined a root cause for the problem. You'd have to know how many counties were reported to have this problem. You might want to know, has the EAC been asked to review these claims? Has the source code been evaluated? Is there any explanation for the anomalies in that original complaint? That is all evidence that should have been presented to the board that would justify this proposal. And the board has never seen that evidence. A lot of it is in the complaint. But I just want to bring that to your attention because I know what I'm going to hear, and that is, oh, this has already been adjudicated or decided, ruled on. And I'm going to tell you that the Secretary of State's office did not provide you the appropriate evidence that what we're trying to provide you today so that you can make a decision.
Well, I'm not sure that what happened with 348 really would impact this board's decision on whether or not this is a good petition or not. I mean, this petition, stands on its own without having to worry about what happened at 348. You might be surprised that Gavrillo even supports part of this, so I don't think we have to go into the 348 case to have enough information on why this is a good thing to have.
Okay, that's fine. We've gone far enough. Let me just move to the relief that's requested because I only had one slide we have to skip anyway. What we propose to do is to implement a rule to reconcile election day ballot counts on tabulator tapes. We propose to implement a rule, which you saw, to reconcile early voting ballot counts on tabulator tapes with the scanner ballot tapes. Again, this is the second most important complaint that the state election board has ever heard in the 20 years I've been there. And Mr. Cross and Mr. Mockler have not been able to provide evidence in this case. And I wanted just to explain this, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cross has volunteered years of his time at no pay to try to provide this incredibly detailed evidence that I'm amazed at, and I have verified based on my IT experience, and he has not been able to provide. But yet yesterday, we had this out-of-state attorney from Washington, D.C., who is funded by George Soros to come in.
Mr. Gavrito, I'm sorry. Mr. Favorito, put your two names together. Like I said, I think that this is strong enough to stand on its own
Okay,
without going into all the other stuff. I mean,
then I rest my
there was- I mean,
case.
I understand all the other stuff. I understand the argument behind all that.
Okay,
I'm just saying this, this rule is strong enough to stand on its own and the reasoning for it without having to talk about other cases.
okay, that's fair. So let me conclude. Let me just conclude with one last sentence. The board needs to seek some kind of independent advice on how to permanently resolve this count failure, because all we're doing today is I'm proposing a stopgap measure that's simple, easy, that we can probably get this passed, but it doesn't solve the problem of the voting system not counting correctly. And that's why what I'm saying is of a concern, but I'll stop there and take any questions. Thank you.
Okay. I do want to, I think that this is something the board need to consider before we start asking questions. This is the Gavrilo response, which I find kind of interesting because there's nobody here from Gavrilo, right?
No, they're all in
I
the
always,
meeting.
I always consider these because it is Georgia election officials and they should have a voice in these
Yes.
rules too, or at least be able to opine on them. So
Yes, sir.
Gavrilo opposes this rule as currently written, but would support it with small changes. Okay. Most of what the rule requires is already under the process, but poll workers normally record the number of ballots scanned from the screen of the scanner during the closing procedures rather than the tapes, so that there is an additional point of comparison. Incidentally, poll watchers can also record the number from the screen and the tapes as part of their duties. However, the list of numbers to reconcile should not include the absentee ballot recap, because the absentee ballot recap is not completed until after 5 p.m. on the Friday after the election, and is actually the form where the final comparison described in the rule takes place. Our last concern is that election night is hectic, and we are required by law to report absentee ballot results no later than 8 p.m. Rather than requiring no further action be taken until the reason for the discrepancy has been determined to be the satisfaction of the election superintendent, we suggest that the discrepancy is investigated prior to the certification of the election. Remember that all results released on election night are unofficial, incomplete, and may change prior to certification.
And,
There's a couple-
Mr. Chairman, that's a great point. And the rule, as you can see on the screen, does not preclude that from happening. There's no time frame, excuse me, that says when that has to be done. We're just saying that it's got to be done to ensure the voting system counted correctly. So if Gavrilo says that that should be done prior to certification, then the rule supports that. That rule change supports that. There's no real issue there.
Well, I think that their issue probably is in where you write number 3, the numbered list of absentee electors. You're putting that on the sheet, and if you took that out, because I think they think there's a timing issue with that.
Okay, I'm going to bring in the heavy hitter now.
Put a little finer point, that doesn't exist at the time where the advanced voting reconciliation is being done. So that would just be impossible to be able to do that.
But that's okay.
So I think that is okay, what they're saying, but I guess one of the things that I would point out is in the first part of that paragraph has to be done on election night, because they're telling, what it's saying for the tabulator center personnel here is that when they've got the advanced in-person scanners back in the central warehouse, before they can tabulate, they have to power them back up. And they reconcile, actually it doesn't say reconcile, it says compare those 3 items. The count on the top of the scanner, the elector list, and the absentee ballot recap form. Then they run the tabulation tapes, and those tabulation tapes have to be run on election night. So the only thing we're saying to do is when you look at those 3 things, add a 4th, which is the total ballot count on the tabulation tape. Now, if they don't do that, and I know counties do things differently, if there are some that don't do that until Friday after the election, then they would add this fourth item that we're asking for at that point.
I think we're speaking past each other a little bit. As they're doing the reconciliation, I don't think there's any problem adding the fourth item of looking at the numbers on the tapes. What I'm saying is the absentee ballot recap forms are not completed until Friday, so they cannot be, so just removing that from your draft rule. It would have to be amended.
I think we either add it, I mean, we can leave it the way it is because there's no timing on here. It's whenever they do that reconciliation, then they don't move forward until they.
But this is done on an election day. This reconciliation is done when they close out the recap forms for the advanced voting scanners are done on election day. And because those numbers have to be, those are the numbers that are uploaded. We don't, and just to force them to compare it to a document that's not created until Friday would actually force the whole process to wait until Friday.
Are you, I'm sorry, I'm just real interested in I've been a poll worker and I do poll watcher training. So I want to make sure that I understand what's going on here, because in the first part of that sentence, when it tells them to power up the scanners, it says to compare it to the absentee ballot recap form. And then they run the tabulation tape. So if we're saying that that can't be done and it's not done until Friday, then I'm fine with taking it out of the part that I added, but it sounds like it has to be taken out of the part earlier.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so
Dr. Johnson? Dr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Favorito, if I may ask that, I see two poll managers in the room and would like to ask them at the conclusion of early voting, is the information gathered, the count of the ballots cast on the scanner? Press
your button so I can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, I've been a manager for a while for early voting, and we finalized all of the reconciliation forms on that Friday night, the last night of early voting. And that's when you fill out everything out and you put the final number from the scanners, all of them on the form.
There you go.
And do you include the numbered list of absentee voters, from the poll pads?
Yes, there's a number of reconciliation forms that are mandatory. Scanner, BMD, poll pads. I think I'm missing one.
Right, and the recap. So the only thing that you don't, the only piece of information you do not have is the tabulation tape that is run on election day.
Yeah.
When the machines are turned on and the poll is closed, correct? So that's the last piece of information that a central, how is this written? Election superintendent or tabulating center personnel could fill in that last piece of information.
Correct. And we would take the ballots out, and the ballots, when you close out for early voting, you finalize all the recap sheets, and then the ballots would come out of every scanner in their own little black suitcase, and they leave. When they pick up the equipment on that Friday night or that Saturday, the ballots are already out of there. There is no counting of the ballots in each one of the scanners. That happens.
So am I correct? The memory card is after early voting, the memory card is left in the scanner.
Yes, ma'am.
And transported to the central election office. And it's not removed until it's turned back on, the poll is closed out, the tape is run.
That's correct. Early voting, we don't touch anything to do with the.
Okay, the ballots are removed, but this thing that contains 8,000 votes is not removed.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
Should I say first that we're fine if we need to make a change to say pre-certification? Although I don't understand why we would do that. It seems like all the information is there on election night, but we can make a change if it's warranted.
Right, there's no timing to this. And if it's pre-certification, that's fine. We didn't put any timing on it, but to remember Gonzalez's point, if she believes that this only applies at that point in time, maybe this code or similar code can be moved to a different section, or whatever needs to be done, I think is fine. But the issue is that it's got to be done to make sure that the voting system is counting correctly. So where you want to put it and how you want to use the code, that is, of course, up to the discretion of the board to decide. But we just think this is urgent to get through.
Member Gazal, do you have any issues with this?
We will have 30 days in which I can make sure that this is not imposing an undue burden.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve this petition for rulemaking. Or, to initiate rulemaking.
I know, I'm rubbing off.
We have a motion to approve this petition to initiate rulemaking procedures. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any negative? Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm only allowing that to happen because I'm still writing, so. Good news, we are on the last page of our agenda. The next item on the agenda is petition for amendment of state election board rules presented by Lucia Frazier. Got it right. All right. Ms. Frazier, you have the podium. This is number 39 in your tab, in your book.
Okay. I am Lucia Frazier, and I am petitioning this rule to make the Georgia voter rolls free and accessible to the public. I'll just read here what you guys have is that all Georgia citizens may take ownership in any government function because the United States Constitution and Georgia Constitution lay out that the government is created by the citizens, and the citizens have the highest authority over any government function. So even though citizens are elected and hired by citizens to perform these functions, all citizens have the ability to perform oversight of any government function at any time. Thus, all data created by any government entity must be available to the public at any time. This ensures that the public has the ability to participate in the process and to insist that the government officials are held accountable for their actions. So currently, the Georgia SOS charges $485 for the road roll. And that's shown to you in figure 1. And before it used to be $250, so it's been raised quite a bit. There are other states, such as North Carolina, DC, Florida, Ohio, they just give them to you for free. And I think that this cost and any cost is unreasonable. Such data that we're talking about is already generated as a routine part of the process. So in addition, the SOS is collecting money each time that data is requested by multiple people. So even if it's the same role and 5 people request it at the same time, they're going to get links to download the same file and they're all paying the same amount. And our government entities are not created to make a profit. So you can see in figure 3 there that when you do ask for it, all you're getting is a link and a password. So the bottom line here is that the voter roll should be free and accessible. And some of the citations that I include in here are a lot of the sunshine laws, which sunshine laws were written to help explain how governance should be constitutional. Just to be making all that data and material that's used in all our processes available free to the public. In addition, I want to mention that as far as accessibility goes, one of the sunshine laws even states that even if a county is using a third party or the state, whatever, is using a third party, that third party still has to provide access to that data. So that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
Does the board have any questions for Ms. Frazier?
Do we know exactly where this money goes or what it's being spent on? Or like, in other words, if you're charging taxpayers for something that should be free, how are you benefiting these same taxpayers with that money? Like, so does anybody know where the money goes or what? It's just general fund?
General.
Okay, so it's not allocated towards anything it's just a cost. Okay.
Ms. Frazier, I appreciate the sunshine laws. I feel very strongly about them. In this particular case, it's my assessment that we have no authority whatsoever over this. And I'll give you my explanation. The provisions that require registration lists to be made public are within federal law, the National Voter Registration Act and HAVA. And federal law requires that every state appoint a chief state election officer for purposes of implementing that law. And that is 52 USC 20509. The corresponding state law is OCGA 21-2-210. And that establishes the Secretary of State as the chief election officer for purposes of implementing the federal law. And that means that we as a board have no role whatsoever in determining how the Secretary of State completes his responsibilities under the NVRA, how he distributes it, or how the office distributes the list, or how much they charge for it. I will also say, as a matter of policy, while it's not my choice, I prefer to have a little bit more of a barrier to access for this information. I don't want any citizen to be able to go up and download my home address from a website. I don't want any person to be able to download the address of every single election officer or every single police officer or everybody's home address. I don't want it that accessible. Like, I know this is public information. And I know it's available on other websites, but to have it on the Secretary of State's website, I think that poses a little bit more of a risk than I'm willing to accept right now. But the preliminary question is, do we have the authority to do this? And it's my assessment that we don't.
So you don't like it on the SOS website, but in other states, they do put it on their SOS website.
I don't live in those other states and I'm not on the board of other states.
Right.
That's just not.
Right. I'm just saying that I don't disagree with the idea of having, I don't think most of us knew this was even something that was possible. So I understand the barrier. However, I signed up to be a citizen for this country when I was born here. And so that's part of our Constitution. It said that we have to make all data available to everybody. If we want to be paying, taxes and be citizens of this system, then we have to be willing to open up all items that are in governance. The other thing I'll say is, as far as your authority, I guess the big question is, as of today, who has gone to the Secretary of State to tell him you're wrong and you shouldn't be doing that? And aren't there like many cases out there where a lot of people are asking for that, and everybody's been coming here and asking for that? I believe this board is an oversight to election processes. And so I think you do have an authority to say something.
Well, we have the authority to petition. We don't have the authority to make them do that. I mean, this board can go to the Secretary of State and say, this ought to be free. You ought to make it free to the people. And we can petition that. We can send a letter. We can do all that. I tend to agree with Member Gazal. We just don't have the authority to force them to give it out free. I mean, I sympathize with, your request, and I also don't like all my information being out there either. We know what that can cause. Yeah, you're free to ask this board to petition the Secretary of State. This board's free to petition them. But ultimately, in my opinion, it's their judgment as to whether they want to charge something or not, I don't like paying the government anything.
Maybe if you tell them, please.
Please. Please is the actionable word there. Pretty please when you really want it.
All right.
Yeah, where is Sally? She still owes me a dinner.
I know you ran out during lunchtime. We thought we were going to OK Cafe.
All right, Mr. Chair.
Member Johnston is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Frazier, thank you for the petition. Just as a matter of interest, Gabrielle supports this petition.
I want to read that. Gabrielle is neutral on this rule.
Oh, sorry. Gabrielle is neutral.
I didn't want to take up y'all's time reading it, but I will read that. Gabrielle is neutral on this rule.
Sorry, my bad. That must have been Mr. Favorito's petition. Thank you for the correction. Gabrielle, it certainly would save time for many, many people that are interested in voter rolls to have these posted rather than going through the laborious method of requesting and whatever that takes and paying the money. I kind of look at this as what we're trying to say to the citizens and voters in Georgia that take an interest in elections and voter rolls. It seems to me that charging for voter rolls is like double taxation. So we have these government employees, state, county, whatever, that are working and being paid with taxpayer dollars. And yet they turn around and charge the taxpayers even more for information that is supposed to be public. And so much so that I really kind of think it's sort of a violation of equal protection and discriminatory against the poor. What if you were a poor person and you wanted to participate in the election processes in Georgia, but you could not afford the voter rolls, $485? That is a lot of money. I'm kind of appalled that, one, we charge anything, and two, we charge that much, especially from employees that are the beneficiaries of citizen taxpayers. I find it kind of unwarranted and insulting. The election offices should not be profit centers. And or actually any government office. That's not what we're in the business for. That's not what government employment is about. It's unseemly, and I think that we, as a board, could certainly recommend this if this is not in our jurisdiction to declare that things are free. I certainly think we should come down on the side of it should be this way. I don't like discriminating against disadvantaged citizens, people without money, no matter who they are. So I'm totally in favor of this. I don't know if we approve this as
initiating rulemaking, if it would go anywhere, quite honestly. I don't know if we're in the business of determining fees for things. I do know that in the Georgia code, it states that Georgia laws, that any agency may impose a reasonable charge. There's that pesky word, reasonable.
We don't know what that is.
For the search, redaction, production, or copying cost of records, which is essentially what this is. And at no charge for the first 15 minutes and for the, at the minimal qualified rate paid to an employee. So anyway, I am in favor of this. I'm just not sure if this body has the authority to do it.
And I guess I just want to also add that it's actually 485 times 12 if you want to get it, every month. So it's quite a bit of money, like you're saying.
I do. So this, I don't think we can, like you said, we can't change the amount, although I agree completely. And I wonder, where are those civil rights attorneys and those activists for the disenfranchised when it comes to this? Because the fact of the matter is, there is a lot of people who are always saying things like, oh, well, the Black community, the disenfranchised community, and they're always throwing this stuff out there for everything. But when it comes to stuff like this, they're silent. So absolutely, I think that this is way too much. Can the board send a letter to the SOS, just kind of showing or sharing our recommendation, as Dr. Johnson said, to eliminate this cost? Because if it's not going into, if there's not a way to directly connect these funds to a service that's being provided to the citizens, then I don't understand the point of it. We're just raising money, or we're fundraising.
We could use, if you're going to write a letter, I think I've got a lot of stuff here. You can use that to the SOS. I think another suggestion could be, maybe you guys can post to your website the voter roll.
Yeah. No.
No?
We don't have one yet.
If we can get a website, which is a whole other conversation. But yeah, I would, I don't know if you want to entertain the motion or not, but.
I want to ask I want to put the Attorney General on the spot again. Does the Attorney General have an opinion today as to whether we're allowed to do this? Whether we're allowed to direct the Secretary of State to not impose?
I'm not aware of any legal authority that would permit this board to do that.
Pardon me?
I'm not aware of
prepared to
any
answer?
authority that would permit this board to do that.
Okay.
That's,
Prevent or
that would permit it.
Permit. She's not aware. Attorney General's not aware of anything that permit us to do that. So. Certainly this board can send a letter and ask them to please consider a more reasonable amount or none at all. So if you would like to draft that letter or make our executive director draft it and send it around to the board. So he's got to get paid for something.
I think we can work with Ms. Frazier to help us just put together the language, email it to us. We can all together draft a letter that can go to the SOS.
Yep. And Ms. Frazier, do you want to withdraw your petition or do you want us to vote on it?
We can withdraw, I guess. Oh, vote on it. Okay. Vote on it.
Which was your decision?
Let's do vote on it.
You want to vote on it? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, you sure you want me writing this letter to your friends? Tread lightly.
The chair will entertain a motion on the petition.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before a motion, please, would it be reasonable to consider approving the petition for rulemaking and send it to Ledge Council and the committees? They'll stop it. If it's not proper or legal or in our authority, it'll be stopped dead in its tracks. And nothing will, nothing will happen except that the authorities will know that we did approve this, that we think it's a reasonable, fair thing to do if we vote that way.
My only concern about that, and obviously this board will do what it wants to do. My only concern is if we're doing something that we don't have the authority to do just to make a point, I'm not quite sure that is a good option for this board to do something like that. We can make the same point by sending a strongly worded recommendation to the Secretary of State's office. So
Could we table it until we get an answer?
we can always table anything. I'm a big fan of tabling stuff.
Would you table it? Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to add that, since we don't know for sure, even if you don't know, maybe it doesn't hurt if you went to rulemaking, it might make a strong voice. And then the other thing that could happen is, I think there's a point where the public can make a lot of comment on it. So maybe getting public input would be a good, also strong case to the Secretary of State. All of that could build into one big case.
You wouldn't believe how much public input we've had in the last 72 hours.
But it would be for this specifically, like, because I think when it sits for, 20 or 30 days, people are able to comment on it. So it could be helpful.
Yeah, but my position is before we take any action on it that would do that, I would rather have some more concrete advice from the Attorney General and from, I'm just not in favor of doing anything that could potentially violate the law or overstep our bounds as a board, because I don't think that makes us look good when we do that. So as a board. But the board will the chair will entertain a motion. Somebody?
But Mr. Chair, do we know that it is not within our authority, or are we just saying we don't know?
The Attorney General has advised us a minute ago that she sees nothing that makes it in our authority. How about that?
I move that if you'll grant us 2 weeks to table this till the August 16th meeting? 19th meeting to find the answer to this question. So the rule is, the petition is not declined or accepted, but we'll table it till the 19th.
We have a motion from Member Johnson to table this petition until the August 19th, 2024 meeting. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Jeffries to table this until the August 19, 2024 meeting. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Is Ms. Alexander still here? No, she's not going anyplace. The next item on the agenda is to hear petition for amendment of state election board rules presented by Charlene Alexander. It is tab number 40 in your binder. Ms. Alexander,
Yes,
you are up.
thank you. Honorable members of the State Election Board, I am Charlene Alexander. I am presenting this petition as an individual, as a tax-paying citizen, and not on behalf of any organization or individual. The purpose of this petition for amendment to an election rule enhances election integrity by providing a checkpoint outside of the electronic system, more accurate results, and a more uniform procedure for required paper trails through all primary, general, and runoff election voting days. The main features of this rule amendment is to provide a check and balance of total ballot counts and confirms a paper audit trail for ballots at the precinct where ballots are cast. Basically, what I am doing is during early voting, I'm amending two different rules. The first one is 183-1-14-.028, which says, if at the close of voting on any day during the advanced voting period, there are more than 1,500 ballots inside any ballot box, currently it says the registrar and two sworn witnesses shall unseal the ballot box, remove the paper ballots and put them in a container, the standard process that we have. I want to add that when they open that box at 1,500 or more, that they will remove the paper ballots and present them to 3 sworn precinct poll officers to independently count the total number of ballots removed from the scanner. They sort them into stacks of 50 ballots, and they continue until all of the ballots have been counted separately by each of the 3 poll officers. When all 3 poll officers arrive at the same total ballot count independently, they shall each sign a control document containing the polling place, ballot scanner, serial number, election name, printed name with signature and date and time of the ballot hand counts. Then again, it continues. If the numbers recorded on the precinct poll pads, ballot marking devices, and scanner recap forms do not reconcile with the hand count ballot totals, the poll manager shall immediately determine the reason for the inconsistency, correct the inconsistency if possible, and fully document the inconsistency or problem along with any corrective measures taken. The rest of it basically stays the same. The second part of the second rule amendment I'm asking is 183-1-14-.0213, and it applies to the last day of advanced voting period. Again, it would be amended similarly that at the end of the advanced voting period, the poll manager shall record the election counter number from each ballot scanner on the daily recap sheet. The ballot scanner shall be shut down and sealed. The registrars or poll manager shall record the seal numbers on the daily recap sheet. Poll manager and 2 sworn witnesses shall unseal the ballot box, remove the paper ballots, and present to 3 sworn precinct poll officers to independently count the total number of ballots removed from the scanner, sorting them into stacks of 50 ballots, continuing until all of the ballots have been counted separately by each of the 3 poll officers. And again, you would have the same reconciliation process. Let me give you a little bit more background about why I want to present this petition. I'm a 33-year resident of Fayette County. I've been a consistent voter, as well as I've been a poll worker, I've been an assistant manager, I've been a poll watcher. So I'm very familiar with what happens in the polls. As I had said, up until 2022, at least in Fayette County, and I've heard other counties, we used to always count those ballots. We hand counted those ballots. We didn't think anything of it. We just did it. It was, the poll manager came to us and said, okay, it's time, count the ballots, take them back, count them. And we just did it. When 2022, it was not a law change, it was a memo from Blake Evans that said, basically, it's an attachment, it said, October 2022, deciding to have poll workers hand count ballots at each polling location on election night is not something your poll workers should do. And that was applied to early voting as well. So we stopped counting them. And since that time, we've noticed in numerous elections, even in early voting, that there are going to be ballots that are missed. It can be something as simple as sticking to the top of the scanner. I mean, static electricity can do that. We've also been noticing that, although they're not supposed to, if they use something like copy paper, which the machines will process, you wouldn't find those pieces of copy paper ballots as opposed to the official ones unless you look at them. And so if you're just pulling a stack of ballots out and shoving them into a container and sealing it, you might never find those copy paper ballots. We just had that happen. Also, we've had situations where if they miss the write-in ballots, there's all sorts of things that we've discussed before that can be missed. I personally, I've been a CPA since 1970. I believe that you always have a second system, something that checks so that you can say, you know, you run a tape, right? But you also look at the numbers that have been prepared. And an example that I can give you, I will ask you, Mr. Chair, in Waffle House, do your various locations, do they ever stop and count the cash drawer?
Well, you're asking a very loaded question there.
I'm asking an honest one. Do they count the cash drawer?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Okay, so they also have a cash register there, right, that records everything. So you have cash and you have the credit slips, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
Why do you have them count the cash?
Well, I'm director of security, so I'm probably not the right person to ask that to. So
Okay, in all systems, let's go to banks. Banks are one of the most sophisticated systems going. They handle all of our money. Even if you go in and you make a deposit, you as the person, I would say most of us, you're going to count that cash because you have to make out the deposit slip and you have to tell them how much you're depositing. So you will take that cash deposit slip and you will take your cash and go to the teller. Now, in some banks, the teller will also count your money, but in other banks, they don't. They put it in that sorting counting machine and it will come out with a total. And as long as that total agrees, then they deposit it. But the point is that you've got to double check because the person has counted that money before it ever went in that sorting machine. Definitely, when you make a withdrawal, the sorting machines and the mnemonic tubes, et cetera, they pull that money, the cash, and it gets shipped to the teller. And I guarantee you that every time you're making a withdrawal, the teller will count that cash. There's a reason for it. It just makes common sense that you're going to have two things happen that you compare when you're dealing with money. And in my opinion, ballots are just as important as money. So that's the rationale behind it. Let's get into what this is going to require. I don't think, and I've checked with a number of county offices, many of them were not aware of this rule that you have, 183-1-14-.028, that if at the close of voting on any day, you have 1,500 or more ballots, you are to pull those ballots. And I assure you, when I did the hand count, and I told you that it was very rough, if I had 5 people, including myself, count a ream, a brand new ream of paper. Now, let's face it, there are some reams, did you know that they don't have 500 pieces of paper? We found reams that actually had 498. So they're maybe messing with us, but let's say it's 500 reams. It's a new ream of paper. 5 of us each individually counted those new reams, and we all came in within a margin of 6 minutes to count 500 ballots. And I said, I realize that copy paper is very light. It's thin. It's probably easier to count than ballots. And yet, properly used, if you're sitting there and doing, 1, 2, yeah, it's going to take you hours to count those ballots. However, it's a simple mechanism. If you use a little rubber tip and you count only in the corners, you can go through them and you can count them. I assure you, if we went to 10 minutes for 500, then they could do 1,500 in a half an hour. So that's my point. Do you have questions?
we're going to send you around the state to do the training on that.
I will be happy to.
Um,
If it means we can count those ballots, I'll do it.
I expected for you to tell the positive side of this petition.
The positive side, I think it's very
You're
positive.
a proponent. I know. I'm just teasing with you. This board received quite a lot of email on this particular proposal, both for and against it. But I like to hear both sides of the story.
Sure.
So I do want to read, and we received a large amount of emails from election directors and election superintendents from around the state on this particular one. And I want to read a couple of the comments and
Sure.
you can respond to them. And these are kind of from around the state, literally. This one came from a election director. If we count ballots at the precinct on election day, how can you honestly expect a true authentic chain of custody? Taking ballots from a scanner to a locked sealed container is one thing, but you have, say, 6 hands or more in that cookie jar. Trying to count thousands of ballots at 46 different precincts, which means it'll be done 46 different ways, not to mention delay in results being reported because poll workers will be there trying to count until however long it takes. This was another one. I'd also like to highlight the dedication and countless hours that poll officials put into running and volunteering during an election. These individuals work tirelessly, especially on election night, to ensure a smooth and accurate process. The proposed rule amendment would add to their already significant workload and could lead to increased fatigue and burnout among poll workers. Furthermore, there's a requirement to report results to the Secretary of State by 10 p.m. pursuant to OCGA 21-421A. While this hand count at many polls may not significantly impact smaller counties, larger counties may experience delays in reporting tabulation results. This delay affects not only the state, but also candidates and constituents awaiting the outcome of the election. This one, this one is from a Colleen who wants to give her 2 cents. I am concerned what the process for this is if the scanner must be emptied throughout the day or during the day. I see this causing extended stoppage in voting while the removed ballots are counted. As I'm not sure what this extra step actually accomplishes, I do not see it worth the added time to an already long day poll workers have, and I duly believe many poll workers will quit as it's just too much. What happens when precincts have thousands of voters and their paper ballots must be recounted before leaving the poll in stacks of 50? Arriving at the central location for tallying, they will be there all night. Results would not come in timely per Georgia law. And lastly, another one, poll workers have been working for at least 14 hours by the time polls close. Many of our poll workers are elderly. I'm getting there quickly. In November 2022, we saw almost 27,000 voters participate on election day, and I expect at least that many in the upcoming presidential election. Counting and recounting ballots to achieve an accurate total would be extremely burdensome at any age. And poll workers already have other closing duties to perform. Adding to the time-consuming task of counting and recounting ballots wouldn't necessarily keep them at the polling place even longer, making it more difficult to report the results in a timely manner. Those are just some, 4 people of the many, many comments that would oppose this. So I like to hear both sides of the story. So,
Okay, may I respond?
absolutely.
I am getting tired of hearing about the people, the poll workers being elderly. I'm going to be 78.
I know I should have left that word out. I know I should have left it out.
And that's all I hear. They've worked a long day and they're elderly. Well, I'm going to be 78 in 2 months. I
can't
assure
believe
you,
that.
I have worked those 14, 16-hour days. And yeah, I might be a dynamo, but there are plenty of people that are interested in these votes and these elections being accurate. Now, I will also say that there is a rule, 183-1-12-.11.8, that says the election superintendent shall cause each polling place to be sufficiently staffed. There also is another one that says that you have the right, 21-2-405, you can have subs, and you can have them sitting over at the side. So nothing in this code section shall prohibit a county or municipality from offering poll officers other than the chief manager and assistant managers the option of working part of an election day rather than the entire day from the opening of the polls to the closing of the polls and completion of the required duties following the closing of the polls. In such cases, any poll officer who begins a shift of work after the opening of the polls shall take and subscribe to the same oath as required of poll officers in subsection A in this code and shall handle such duties as are assigned by the chief manager. So I don't understand. If you think you're going to have a wild day and you've got people that are sitting there on call, all they've got to do is go over and take that oath, and you can have as many counters as you want. All I'm saying is it's a minimum of 3, because 2 is what you call for collusion. There's always the opportunity for collusion if you have 2. You go to 3, the odds drop way down. You want to go to 6, it's going to be impossible. So I think you have the options to have those people on call. If you need them, great. If you don't, and if you get into cost, I would say, now I can't talk for all of the counties, but I would bet you that if you needed 50 people to come in free, I'll bet you they would do it just to count. That's how important this is. We don't need to have questions about whether those machines are messing around or if the figures are changed after voting stops. This would solve that. Thank you.
Member Gazal? All right, yeah, we're going to have to go to jazz hands if y'all keep this up.
I would actually like to add a letter to the ones you have given, and this is from the chairman of the Fayette County Board of Elections.
That's fine.
Where the chairman of the Fayette County Board of Elections, I write to you in opposition of the petition to amend 183-1-14-.02 submitted by Charlene Alexander, one of our board members. As stated in the response by the Gavrio Executive Board, Gavrio believes, and I concur, that counties have the authority to follow the procedures described in the proposed rule at their discretion. In fact, the petitioner brought the proposal for ballot counting before the Fayette County Board of Elections, and the board rejected the proposal for reasons similar to those stated by the Gavrio board. I'm not going to quote that. The opportunity for human error in hand counting is always high, and even more so at the end of the workday. As an auditor, the petitioner should know that each time we add a layer of complexity to a process, we exponentially increase error rates. Each time we err, the naysayers cry foul. They cry fraud. My colleague's petition adds a layer of complexity. The public already has confidence in our election systems. If they didn't, we would be hearing from them. This is from the Fayette County Board Chair. This petition will do more to undermine that confidence than its stated purpose of increasing election integrity.
I would like to respond. As I said when I started this thing, I'm presenting this as an individual. The chair has a right to what he's saying. I would like a copy of that since I haven't seen it. And he has a right to say anything he wants to say. What I don't understand is up until 2022, we were doing this. And there was no problems. We weren't talking about too many hands on the ballots. We weren't talking about how much time. We have the opportunity to bring in extra people if we need to and not pay them if we don't need them. So if we did it all those years and we didn't have problems, I don't understand why now, just because we're asking for something that might be a double check on the system. I don't understand it.
I think that it is exceeding, we need to use exceeding care when we place greater burdens on the counties for what they are doing, what they already have to do. I want to point out some real problems with the actual rule language as well, because as it stands, the rule language is frankly a little bit nonsensical, because this rule language is about early voting locations, not precincts. Early voting locations do not have, because the one with precincts is already in the rulemaking process, where you actually change the language in the rule from registrar, because early voting is managed by the registrar's office and deputy registrars. There is no poll manager in an early voting location, just like there are no sworn precinct poll officers, because it's not a precinct. There are words of art, there are terms of art used for staffing of early voting locations and staffing of election day precincts, because they are distinct units, distinct activities under the law, and we can't mix it up because then it becomes nonsensical. So this would have to be reworked for it to apply to early voting locations.
That's news to me, and I thank you for that correction, because in our county, we call them poll managers. I don't care whether they're early voting.
You can
or
call them what
election
you want, but under the law, it's different.
day. Great.
Oh,
And what are they called in early voting locations?
Well, they're definitely headed by deputy registrars. I would have to go back and look for the exact correct language because I did not rewrite the rule to make it more
It's
workable.
my understanding that the poll managers are deputy registrars.
Correct, which is why the original language in the rule said registrar, but that was removed and changed to manager. And that's my point. The rule as proposed says poll manager, and these are not, and it talks about precinct poll officers, because these aren't precincts. So these are not precinct poll officers.
Is that your only issue? That's.
Oh, no, it's not my only issue,
Okay.
but I maintain all of my objections that I had to the election day one.
Mr. Chair.
Member Johnston?
Mr. Chair, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Alexander, for submitting this petition. Some counties count and some do not. Some polling places count and some do not. A letter that says they have the authority to count will result in some may count and some may not. And it's our duty and within our authority to try to provide uniformity in the conduct of elections. And this is no better place to provide that than right here with this petition. The counting of the ballots is the paper trail, part of the chain of custody that is a critical step for audits and recounts. So if the paper ballots have not been counted, you void the chain of custody and have an inauthentic accounting of that entire process. So it's actually imperative that the ballots be counted. Now, Ms. Alexander, in your petition, you mentioned recorded as on precinct poll pads and ballot marking devices, but during early voting, sometimes there are 2 or 3 scanners. So people check in, they vote on the BMDs, and then they may put their ballot in any one of 1, 2, or 3 scanners, which would not allow for reconciling those 3 devices at the same time when 1,500 ballots are removed. So I would make a friendly amendment to this petition and remove poll pads and ballot marking devices and compare this to the number on the scanner to the number of ballots counted and to make sure that reconciles. And there would be a cumulative accounting of those ballots until the end of early voting period. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense.
Right. And I would also make a friendly amendment to remove poll manager and revert back to registrar.
Fine.
I have a question for the Attorney General again. At what point do changes become minimal versus substantial in a petition?
I think that's a matter of degree. The board is entitled to propose its own as well as accepting a petition from a citizen. So that's something I think if there's any changes, it would be better for the board to propose its own.
Okay.
So my understanding is in the process of rulemaking, this is the very point in time where amendments should be made in order to present to Ledge Council and the committees. So this is the time to do that. And so, and nor would I could consider this substantial anyway. It's just being clear as to this process. I suppose this mirrors the process of counting the ballots on election day, which was your previous petition.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Any other questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on this petition.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept this to initiate rulemaking with the amendment in the petition to remove poll pads, precinct poll pads, ballot marking devices, and insert scanner counts. And there are 2 locations in this petition, and also to remove poll manager and revert back to registrar as the current rule is written.
Could we say all scanners? Would that cover it? When you're taking out the poll pads and the, could you say all scanners?
Well, it's the scanner that the ballots you're removing to count.
Right.
So if you're removing 1,500 ballots from a particular scanner,
Got it.
the scanner number on that should match the ballots that you're counting from that
Okay.
scanner. So, I mean, if the manager decided to remove all the ballots from all of the scanners at the same time, each one has to be accounted for individually anyway.
Okay.
Those ballots should not mix.
Okay. Thank you.
Nor the numbers.
I only
attributed
meant to
those.
cover all the scanners you had in the polling location. That's all I meant.
Oh, let's change on this.
And where?
It's,
I got the.
you got that in here. And here and here.
Let me change those to scanners. Let's take those out and change them. Got that.
I'll do one of
Let's
these
see
here.
here.
Let me give this to you.
Yep. Dr. Johnson has made a motion to initiate rulemaking procedures on this petition with the following changes. Every place in this petition where the word registrar has been marked out and poll manager has been put in, you would go back to the original text of registrar. And every place where poll pads, ballot marking devices would be removed and scanners would be put in its place. We have that motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would like to reiterate my concern about the timing here. This is not the only substantial change we are making to procedures days before the election begins. This would come into force on September 29th, 2 weeks before early voting starts. So we are asking 159 counties to develop policies and procedures to implement a rule in 2 weeks and training. And I have a hard time understanding how this is not a recipe for disaster. It's all well and good when counties have been doing this, but to be required to do this and to develop the procedures and to develop the training in so little time is a dereliction of the duty of this board.
Right.
The
you're-
early voting, counting is about, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Not in 159 counties.
but it has been done before.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have precedent.
What?
We have precedent.
Yes.
Okay.
This is initiating rulemaking procedures. This will go for legislative council and another input, and there will be another meeting at which this board will vote on whether to accept this or not. Alexander, did you get all the changes? Okay. We have a motion and a second to initiate rulemaking procedures on this. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
The vote carries 3-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, no. That does it for our petitions. We should do the wave. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Oh.
Like, please don't beat me.
We're going to move into a couple items in old business. We've already talked about the Fulton election monitor, and that was tabled to the next meeting. The next item on the agenda is guidance letter to counties for poll watchers. This Dr. Johnson's addition to the agenda, right? Do what? Yeah, the initiative to send letters out to the poll watchers. Are we supposed to discuss it at this meeting? Who requested Dr. Johnson, right?
It was my understanding that the letter was sent. Oh,
Well, that's the shortest discussion we've had yet.
Just to clarify,
Done.
this is about for the tabulation centers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We finish things before we even know it. That's how quick we are. Next item on the agenda is discussion of signage and polling locations. Yes, Dr. Johnson too.
that's Dr. Johnson too. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The reason for the discussion of signage and polling locations and other areas where citizens vote is the concern that with the influx of so many non-citizens into the United States over the past several years, we now have 30 million non-citizens in the United States. Some of that includes lawful permanent residents, some non-immigrant visa holders, some asylees, some parolees, some illegal aliens. The number of illegal aliens varies from 5 to 11 million by reports in the media.
What's this one?
I would like to give you 12 reasons for a sign to be placed in every polling place, in every election office, in every voter check-in table. Did you know that about 99% of voters use a driver's license as a photo ID to vote? Did you know that non-citizens may obtain a driver's license and a social security number? And that any non-citizen that claims asylum can get a regular driver's license with no indication on the driver's license that they are a non-citizen. Or if you're from Samoa or other Southeast Asia islands, you may obtain a driver's license with no indication that you're a non-citizen. Did you know that the driver's license real ID program does not mean that you are a U.S. citizen? It only means you have identity papers that say you're the person with that name. Did you know that a driver's license for a non-citizen is marked with an inconspicuous label, limited term? Did you know that poll workers are not educated or trained to look for the label limited term? Did you know that screening through the SAVE, that is Systemic Alien Verification Entitlement Program system, is voluntary and only works if you are registered and participating in the government system? So checking for citizenship with SAVE is no guarantee that a person is a U.S. citizen. Did you know that you can register to vote with only a utility bill or a bank statement, neither of which are photo ID? And you can get a voter ID card without photo identification. Did you know that when you register to vote, that you're given a voter registration number before your application for registration is verified and accepted or rejected? Did you know that President Biden issued an executive order to provide voter registration applications to any person that interacts with a government agency, whether they are citizens or non-citizens? Did you know that citizens are the least informed about voting laws, the most susceptible to unknowingly registering to vote, and most easily duped into registering to vote or trying to vote absentee by mail? Did you know that you cannot ask a voter if they are a U.S. citizen in the polling place? Did you know that it's much more valuable to our entire electoral process to prevent non-citizens from registering to vote or voting than trying to find, investigate, and prosecute cases of non-citizen voting, which rarely get heard and almost never get prosecuted? Only the chief election official of the state who holds our voter rolls can make sure that only eligible U.S. citizens and eligible Georgia citizens are allowed to be on the voter rolls and allowed to vote. So understanding this, I see a constant number of articles in the media, on television, in the paper, with concerns about possible non-citizen voting this year in the upcoming election. So I would like to recommend this board to send a letter to all election offices in the state with signage that they could put in their polling places or at their election offices, or certainly both, that would be just a visual to help non-citizens if they walked into the office, to understand that voting in our federal U.S. elections is not allowed for non-citizens. So this is the sign. And I think it's an easy visual for people to understand. And it would help anything to help non-citizens from unwittingly violating election law.
Member King, you're recognized.
Thank you, Member Dr. Johnston. I think this is extremely important. As I'm sitting here and I'm looking out, I see there's some people who are not in favor of encouraging our new members of the family, I guess you could say, that are not yet citizens, encouraging them to follow our laws. That's what this is all about. This is the purpose of this. I don't think any U.S. citizen should be upset with the plan, or at least the option to encourage our election officials to abide by the law. That's what this is about. It's about abiding by the law. So thank you, Member Johnson, and you have my support.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
This is a myth that citizens are voting in large numbers. I have seen incidents where it happens incidentally, but the disincentive to vote as a non-citizen is so enormous Because people will, if you vote as a non-citizen, you risk immediate deportation. And
We said that for a lot of things and they still do it.
there is absolutely no evidence that this is happening in numbers that would make a difference. And I do not want my name associated with perpetuating disinformation that undermines confidence in our electoral process. Full stop.
First of all, it's not a myth that there's over 10 million new people in the United States right now that happen to be illegal. That's not a myth. We know that to be the case. Now, let me finish, please. Let's be respectful.
Let's.
We know that's the case.
Member King, please. Let's be respectful of other people's opinions, whether you agree with them or not. If you want to be heard and be respected, then you have to respect others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that we do know. And the fact that there are individuals who are here and have been here illegally doesn't, if anything, it strengthens our case that this is necessary. Again, we're not trying to prevent any U.S. citizen from voting. We're encouraging U.S. citizens to vote. We are trying to get ahead of the problem. There's nothing wrong with being proactive in a situation like we're in. I mean, it's no secret that there are people here. And to say that telling them that they'll be deported if they vote will somehow deter them from breaking the law, well, that clearly doesn't work. If we tell you if you commit murder, you're going to be deported, and they still commit murder. So I absolutely believe that there is an important step that we're making by getting ahead of a potential problem, not saying that it has happened, but we're getting ahead of it. We're just encouraging. It's just a sign. So I just think it's just a bit odd to me when I hear other U.S. citizens who are afraid of standing on the law and protecting our laws. That makes me a little concerned.
Nobody's denying the fact that we have many people who are here unregistered and who cross the border illegally. What I'm saying, the myth is that these people are registering and voting in large numbers, and signs that say U.S. citizens only are simply perpetuating the myth that they are trying to register and vote. The signs suggest that they are, that it's a serious problem. And the reason that I object to this is because it leads to scapegoating and attacks of members of the population who may not be citizens. And I see this because I have a very personal stake in this, because my husband is a naturalized citizen, and we were married in January of 2001. My husband is from Lebanon. I have seen the scapegoating that happens to minority populations when they are.
I happen to understand.
Yeah, exactly. So by putting these signs up, what you're doing is you're putting a target on people who may well be citizens, and it is perpetuating a myth.
I think we're educating people who may become citizens on how our elections work, our laws, and we are encouraging them to abide by them. So should these individuals become citizens, because I am 100% in favor of legal immigration, should they become citizens the legal route in the correct way, I think we're setting a precedent that this is how our elections are run. I think they will respect that as a new citizen as well. As a minority, I completely understand what you're talking about when it comes to being a minority and some of and I'm going to use a term that your party uses, the microaggressions, which I have felt sitting at this seat from people in this room that happen to be in your party. So I am very much so aware of everything that you're saying as it relates to minorities. But with that being said, we have a job to do, particularly as American citizens, to maintain our laws. And we need to educate new citizens on what those laws are. and how our elections are ran. So I don't understand the objection to this. And I don't think anyone's going to be insulted or attacked, because that's another assumption. You claim that we're making assumptions that there is an overwhelming amount of illegal immigrants or migrants that are going to vote. Well, I think there's an assumption that they're going to somehow be attacked because of a sign that happens to say this is our law.
Can I ask how the size of the sign that Dr. Johnston displayed, how does that compare to all of the other signs that are mandated by law? Just the size, I'm curious. Because we have to by law have signs about restricting firearms, restricting felon voters, but there's a whole panoply of signs that the statute requires that we add. What size are those signs compared to what you have?
This sign should be comparable to the sign that says no cell phones or no firearms.
Is it?
Beg
Is
your
the
pardon?
sign that you displayed comparable to that sign?
No, that's a larger sign.
Okay.
It could be as simple as a sign from a copier.
No, I'm sorry. Surprisingly, I'm gonna be kind of agnostic in this whole argument. And, but I do wonder if we're putting up a solution in search of a problem. My time on this board since January, I don't recall a single case coming before this board concerning a legal voter or illegal alien or non-documented worker or whatever, voting, and this board having to rule on that. If there's one that's come up, I don't recall it. So I'm not sure how big of a problem it is at this point. And so I always worry about people creating solutions in search of a problem. And so that's just my comment on it, but I don't know that I would really care either way on this one, frankly. So. Are there any comments for the board? What is the pleasure of the board on this?
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I make a motion to send a letter to all county supervisors and superintendents to recommend placement of signage in each polling place with the available PDF download or image download, should they want to use this for free, to provide a signage that says U.S. citizens only.
We have a motion to send the letter as stated by Member Johnston. Do we have a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would request that any such letter make it clear that it is the option of the county to make that decision on its own, and that it is not a direction or directive from this board.
Member Gazal has requested that the motion be altered to add a sentence in the letter that it be at the option of the county. Member Johnson? Would you accept that?
I would accept that.
You would?
I would.
You would. So a motion has been made. Think about this. The motion has been made to alter the original motion to add language to the letter that says it is optional for the county. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of adding a language to the original motion that says that the letter or the posting of signs is optional, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Back to the original motion. The original motion is that this board will send a letter to the counties to encourage posting of the sign that was recently revealed by Dr. Johnson. with the additional language, it is optional for the county to post the signage. We have a second. We have a second from Member King. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Let me ask a quick question. You anticipate that taking a while? Yeah. Comfort break. Yeah. Okay. Just a quick comfort break. Can we get a motion from the board to take a quick comfort break before we move into the last couple of items on the agenda? So moved. All in favor? Good. We will take a 7-minute comfort break. 3:18. We'll be back here. This meeting's called back to order. The next item on the agenda under old business, the discussion of SCB 2023-025. I've been calling it 2022 all day, haven't I? It's the same case though. SCB 2023-025. This is a request by Dr. Janice Johnston.
Big old wood, you've seen it.
Yeah.
Big old cow. You get mad. It's this road here. This road, just sit there. It's crazy.
Mr. Chair,
Order.
at the last meeting, July 9th, an order of business on the agenda was SCB 2023-025 to discuss a motion for 025. We entered into executive session and returned, and at that point allowed permitted representatives of Mr. Rossi and Mr. Moncla to speak for 15 minutes each during the comment session or their representatives. And also on the agenda was a recommendation for further investigation. And at that time, the motion was postponed in order that we might obtain a legal opinion concerning the issue of whether this case was completed and completely heard and closed, because there was a difference of opinion. We have received a letter from the Attorney General's office, and I have a letter from outside legal counsel that has a differing opinion that the case in support of my belief that the case is not closed. So to refresh everyone's memory, the motion for a monitoring team and letter of reprimand was voted on by 2 members of the board on May 7th, 2024. And it clearly states that any effort to resolve this matter with an agreed upon monitoring team expired on July 9th. I quote from the transcript of the motions presented. On the first part of the motion, Mr. Lindsay said, "I am recommending a letter of reprimand with the understanding that the respective parties will reach an agreement as to a mutually agreeable monitor by the next meeting, which is presently being contemplated in July." And he added later, quote, "And if I may, as a part of that, let the board know that should an agreement not be reached as to a monitor in July, that I will come back with a motion to reconsider and send it to the Attorney General." So that's a little bit of emphasis for all of us to reach an agreeable monitor by July. Mr. Lindsay emphasized that the monitor should be a mutually agreeable monitor and that the agreement be reached by the July 9th meeting of the board. The offer is void ab initio as of July 9th. The offer was not satisfied and Fulton County is not compliant with the terms of the motion as stated by Mr. Lindsay in May. Since then, there is no agreement on that deal. The minutes reflect these matters need to be referred to the Attorney General with a bill of particulars stating the violations that have occurred. I have here, I do have a chart of the list of violations. Of missing documents from 10 scanners used during the early voting on of the election in Fulton County for the 2020 election. These are the red squares are the missing documents. There's a law or a rule attached to each of these missing documents, and it totals up to 346 violations if these documents are not found, if they are missing, if they cannot be provided. And there are other violations, including federal election law violations for double counting of votes. We have not met the obligations of the motion from the hearing of SEB 2023-025. Therefore, this case should be referred to the Attorney General with the instruction to immediately investigate with outside investigators the missing 17,852 ballot images, the 3,125 duplicated recount votes, and the missing documents proving that 10 scanners containing 20,713 votes were legally used at early voting sites during the election as listed in the complaint. Based on the advice of counsel, I believe the Attorney General may be conflicted and should seek advice of conflicts counsel to determine who should represent the state election board in investigating this matter. The Attorney General shall report their findings in 30 days to the state election board. If they are unable or unwilling to conduct this focused investigation, they should report to the state election board immediately. Report it to the state election board immediately so that we may hire outside legal counsel and investigators to complete the investigation.
Are you finished?
I'm finished.
Dr. Johnson, at the last meeting, the chair asked that this discussion take place in executive session appropriately because there is a potential litigation involved with this case. This case was heard on May the 7th, 2024, and adjudicated by this board. This board voted 2-1 that a letter of reprimand be sent to Fulton County. The letter was sent to Fulton County. In that letter, when it was sent, I knew that there was no monitoring teams in place and no proposals been made. So I stated in that letter, and that letter is a public record that Fulton County had until August to respond to the monitor. Fulton County, though, did 2 proposals were made in early July to Fulton County. Fulton County considered both those proposals, as did the Secretary of State, and selected a monitor. Secretary of State selected a monitor. This board's failure to act doesn't constitute a violation of that. We also, as you read, Member Lindsay, who made that motion, stated that he may come back and make a motion. He said he may come back. Member Lindsay is no longer a member of this board. This case cannot be reopened by a member on the failing side of that motion. This case can be reopened or could have been reopened by a member on the winning side. But that's not even possible anymore because action's already been taken in that case. The letter of reprimand's already been received by Fulton County. You can't undo that at this point. Action's already been taken. There's also a principle in law that I've been advised of called res judicata. It's double jeopardy for criminal cases. It's res judicata for civil cases where you can't be tried twice for the same thing. Fulton County's been tried. Fulton County's been tried Fulton County's been heard by this board. This board ruled on that on May the 7th. As I stated earlier, there is potential litigation on this. The Attorney General is the appropriate counsel for this board. This is a government board, the state of Georgia board. The Attorney General is our counsel for this. I haven't been advised by any outside counsel. I have not sought the advice of any outside counsel because the Attorney General represents this board. They represent me. They represent each member of this board. I have not seen any letters from outside counsel. So the chair's position, my position, is that that case has been adjudicated, that Fulton County has met its obligation. The Secretary of State met their part of the obligation. This board's failed to meet its portion of that obligation. But even so, Member Lindsay is not here to introduce that motion, which he said he may. And therefore, I see that case as being over at this point. Member Gazal.
Just
you recognize.
briefly, I would like to add for the record, a citation of authority, OCGA 45-15-14. The Attorney General is vested with complete and exclusive authority and jurisdiction in all matters of law related to state authorities, and no such state authority shall be authorized without the approval of the Attorney General to employ other counsel in any matter whatsoever. The Attorney General is authorized to designate and assign any Attorney General, Deputy Assistant Attorney General, Deputy Special Deputy Assistant Attorney General, or attorney to perform legal services for any such state authority.
Let me add one further comment that reopening this case, the attempt to reopen this case sets a horrible precedent for this board. There are hundreds, if not thousands of cases that have been adjudicated by this board to date. If we create that precedent of reopening cases, it's a never ending scenario. So
Question.
Member King.
Thank you. Just for clarity, when was the Fulton County trial?
I'm sorry.
When was the Fulton County trial? You said it's already been tried.
I
The
said
case
the
has
case
already
was
been tried.
adjudicated. The case.
No, you said it was tried in Fulton County.
I don't recall saying it was tried in Fulton County. I said the case was adjudicated.
Okay, so there hasn't been a trial. Do you remember saying anything about the word trial at all a few minutes ago?
I don't recall using the word trial.
Okay, so there was no
Maybe
trial.
I said it was tried and adjudicated.
Where was it tried?
Well, this board adjudicated that case.
We tried it?
Yes, on May the 7th.
Okay, because I wasn't here, that's what I'm asking. I'm just
Right.
trying to make sure I
It was on-
understand.
It was during the board meeting on May the 7th.
Okay, so the board tried this case.
The board heard the case, yes,
Okay,
on May the
all right. I'm
7th.
just being clear because
Yes, yes, the board heard the case. The board voted on May the 7th.
Okay, so I've sent emails to, and this is, with respect to y'all being here, I have sent an email to the AG's office asking for some specific information in regards to another matter, and I've yet to receive anything back. So are you saying that if we don't hear from our counsel, that we can't seek counsel outside if we have no communication with our counsel?
As an individual, you can talk to anybody you want, but as the board,
Correct.
our
Okay.
legal representation is the Attorney
Okay.
General's office.
So if I, as an individual, because I haven't received any information from those who are supposed to be representing us, if I, as an individual, seek outside counsel just to ensure that I'm doing what I'm proposing to do or is correct, I can do that, correct?
Of course.
Okay. The outside counsel information you received, Dr. Johnston, it's in reference to this because we have very little communication with our counsel, correct?
It's not because of a communication issue, it's because of a concern of perhaps conflict of interest.
Okay, so it's because our attorney also represents the Secretary of State's office.
Correct.
Which could pose a challenge when it comes to this particular case, correct?
It may, and So that's an issue. Also, the terminology of reopening the case, we have not closed the case. There have been multiple references over the last 3 months about this case concerning review of the evidence that was not reviewed at the time of its presentation on May 7th. No one has asked me what I found in reviewing Exhibit 11 at great inconvenience to myself. And now that evidence is being held from me to review further. I had asked Fulton County to perhaps be here today to answer further questions, maybe to give an update for the missing documents. I would like nothing more than to find the missing documents. This is about the data. This is about the documents, that nothing more. It's about the proper counting of votes. And I would love for Fulton County to show me every single thing and say, here are all the votes. We just couldn't find those documents. Here they are. These scanners were used. We're missing ballot images, but we have the ballots, and we'll show you the ballots. It seems to me that somebody is moving heaven and earth to not allow anyone to get to the paper ballots. I don't know why. I'm just interested in the data and interested in the numbers. I'm not interested in who got more votes. And that's not the whole point of this investigation. It's about the proper counting of votes. And so the issue with calling it reopening the case, I don't think that's correct. It's on the state election board determines if and when an investigation is concluded. And in my opinion, it has not been concluded. There are other areas that these documents may be found, such as at the clerk of the court, or such as actually the Secretary of State contains similar documents. I would love to find proof that those 10 tabulators were actually used. And then it would just make that part of the complaint evaporate. Now, the question of double counting of votes, Fulton County admitted that, and that's a serious violation of Georgia law and federal law. And I don't know why that's not even recorded in the letter of reprimand, I don't believe, because what the violations that were used in the letter of reprimand were some vague something about the recount process and had nothing to do with counting, double counting of votes. So in conclusion, I would make my motion stands.
What is your motion, Dr. Johnson?
Let me get it straight. I move that we refer this case to the Attorney General with instruction to immediately investigate with outside investigators for the missing documents, the duplicated counting of ballots, and the missing ballot images listed in the complaint. And I would request a report and report back in 30 days of their findings. And if they are unwilling or unable to conduct an investigation, then I move that we seek outside legal counsel that can conduct the investigation.
Once again, the chair is going to rule that motion out of order. For reasons previously stated, that case has been adjudicated by this board on May the 7th by a vote of 2-1. The Fulton County was sent a letter of reprimand, and an agreement was made to institute a monitor for the upcoming election, which Fulton County has agreed to, and Secretary of State's office has agreed to. Member Lindsay stated in his statement that if it wasn't agreed to, then he would come back and may introduce a motion to further it. Member Lindsay has not done that, and the other prevailing member of that party has not done it. So in order to reopen a case, it would have to be a member of the prevailing party that reopened the case. And as I said earlier, that can't be done at this point because action has already been taken in that case.
I move to override the motion of the chair, the decision of the chair.
Second.
We have a motion to override the decision of the chair, and we have a second. I do want to caution this board that we are putting this board in legal jeopardy by approving that motion. I want to make sure that the Attorney General is aware of that, and the chair will call for a individual voice vote on that motion. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we will go in order of seniority. Member Gazal, how do you vote?
Nay.
Member Johnston, how do you vote?
Aye.
The chairman votes nay. Member Jeffries, how do you vote?
Aye.
Member King, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes. Once again, I caution this board on their actions. And please make sure that the actual votes are in the record for any future potential litigation. Next item on the agenda is that we did skip an item earlier.
We haven't voted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to restate your motion?
I move that we refer the case to the Attorney General with the instruction to immediately investigate with outside investigators the 3 items of missing ballot images, duplicated recount votes, and missing documents as listed in the complaint of SEB 2023-025. I also move that the Attorney General seek advice of Conflicts Counsel to determine who should represent the State Election Board in investigating this matter. The Attorney General will report their findings in 30 days to the State Election Board. If they are unable or unwilling to conduct this focused investigation, they shall report to the State Election Board immediately so that we may hire outside legal counsel and investigators to complete the investigation.
Member Johnson has made the motion, which I cannot repeat. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? Once again, the chair would strongly advise this board to vote against that. It's in violation of a lot of things. I believe that it potentially puts this board in legal jeopardy. And I will call for a voice vote, named voice vote on that, so it can be part of the record. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I would like to state that I believe voting in favor of this would be a violation of my oath of office and my oath as an attorney to uphold the laws of the state of Georgia, including not limited to Aldridge v. City of Lumber City, decided by the Supreme Court of Georgia in 2001. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of, let me see, we will vote in rank order. Member Exall,
Nay.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
the chair votes nay. Member Jeffries, Member King,
Aye.
motion carries 3-2.
I would like to add to, Mr. Chairman, if we, not to this is after that, but the amount of times I've been told not to do something because we could possibly be sued. I mean, if we were doing a drinking game, we would all be drunk. Like, at this point, it's almost, I feel like we got to make sure we're not utilizing or not scared to make moves because of the fear of that. Because in some cases, it's just the right thing to do.
I would say that it's the right thing to do to follow the law.
I agree.
And following the law is something that I will always strive to do and will always take a vote against when I think that we're violating the law or violating rules and regulations. So
We can agree on that.
yeah. So there was an item we missed earlier in discussion of SCB bylaws. Do you want to have that discussion now or do you want to table that for the next meeting? Table it?
Yeah.
We have a motion to table it until August 19th meeting. You have a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The last item on the agenda is, I believe we have some people that signed up for public comment that have joined us. If you would, please come stand next to the podium and we'll finish the two-day meeting with public comment. We still have a form. All right. Please introduce yourself and yes, please introduce yourself at the podium and no, you at the podium. And you know, I'm willing to stay here all day long, but others want to limit your speech to 2 minutes. So
I didn't hear well.
2 minutes, please.
Can I missed last month because I was eating a quick salad. Could you just give me 1 minute out of my 2 from July? Just a little leniency because I got 2 put in 1 and it's concise, but it's just a tad over 1 or 2 minutes.
We'll give you
Just
2.5 minutes.
Leniency?
I'm accommodating. Go ahead.
Thank you much. I'm so appreciate being able to be here and speak to the board. I'm Richard Schroeder from Hall County. Be generous with my time. I was eating a quick salad last month when you called me to speak. I'm so grateful for the people who showed up for this meeting. We realize everything in our society revolves around the elections. It's critical that we get it right. My sincere appreciation for Dr. Jan Johnson. We welcome our new board members and our new chairman. It's so important to restore confidence and integrity in our broken and unconstitutional voting process in Georgia. On December 20th last year, Dr. Jan Johnson made a motion to unseal the paper ballots and make them available to the county boards and to the public. Nobody on the board at that time gave her a second motion. I pray that this board will do their part in revealing the paper ballots to the public.
You can slow down just a little bit. I'll give you extra time if you slow down.
Thank you.
We'll give you.
I'm okay.
I'll give you.
I appreciate it. So I really do.
I'll give you extra time if you slow down.
Like I say, this is the most important thing. It really is.
I want to be able to understand it. So
Thank you. Oh, God, help me. On December 20th last year, Dr. Jan Johnson made a motion to unseal the paper ballots and make them available to the county boards and to the public. Nobody on the board at that time gave her a second motion. I pray that this board will do their part in revealing the paper ballots to the public and revealing the true transparency of our elections. Our votes have been sealed and stealed for too long. 3 weeks ago, they shot my president. We're vindicated. While apologies are nice, They do nothing to correct the injustices that we are apologizing for. We must prosecute those responsible for the known violations. We have a Secretary of State who is forcing every Georgia elector to vote on the failed and vulnerable Dominion voting machines. Judge Amy Totenberg has ordered him to federal court in Atlanta to justify his use of these Dominion machines on Georgia voters. The Dominion machines are so vulnerable that they were hacked right in front of Judge Amy Totenberg in about 10 seconds. Brad Raffensperger didn't even show up for his own trial. He knows these machines are vulnerable, insecure, and unconstitutional. For this reason, by the authority vested in me, I call for the immediate resignation of Brad Raffensperger as Secretary of State for failing to perform his duties as defined in SB 21-2-368. My time is short, so if I have additional time, I can read you the law. But for now, I have to finish up with this. The Dominion voting system must be banned from the entire state. Paper voter rolls and paper ballots must be reinstated prior to the 2024 elections. Our country has a long history of voting on paper ballots. Most of the country, United States, votes on paper ballots already. The Haldeman report states that we are the only state that utilizes the Dominion machines at 100%. This must end. In 3 months, we'll be voting in another presidential election. We cannot afford to do the same thing and expect different results. This must be fixed immediately. Our country has suffered a terrible loss from the illegitimate elections in 2020 and 2022. Our beacon of light has been nearly extinguished by the present administration. Our God-given rights have been violated. Donald Trump won the 2020 presidential election, and everybody knows it. We must restore our republic now. 3 weeks ago, they shot our president. We thank God for sparing our president's life. We need to pray for Donald's protection. Lord, we pray for Donald Trump and his family. We pray for this board. We thank you for this new members on the board, and we pray for our country. I thank you for the extra time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was Ms. Grubbs on the list? Man.
Okay. My name is Ralph O'Connor. I live in Atlanta. I've been a Georgia voter for over 40 years and a Fulton County poll clerk on election day for the last 3. I've helped with a number of voter registration drives as recently as noon today, which is why I missed most of the morning session. At the board's July 9th meeting, and I've heard it again yesterday and today, several people publicly said that Georgia driver's license citizen information is based on the honor system, is not to be trusted. I'd like to correct that misinformation. Since 2012, all driver's licenses issued or renewed in Georgia have been Real ID compliant. The Real ID compliant law requires U.S. citizens must verify their identity by submitting a birth certificate, U.S. passport, or naturalization certificate the first time they get a Real ID driver's license identified by a star in the upper right-hand corner. This means the driver's license citizenship is accurate except for newly naturalized citizens. That's why the Georgia League of Women Voters brings copiers to their voter registrations drives that they hold after naturalization ceremonies. They make copies of the newly signed certificates of naturalization and put a folded copy in the pocket of the voter registration form before it's submitted. Georgia election clerks and others can be assured U.S. citizenship of all registered voters in Georgia has been verified. I have copies of the DDS checklist for U.S. citizens. If anyone's interested, there's a separate list for non-U.S. citizens who also can get driver's license. Regarding voter registration, as I said, we registered 15 students and 3 staff at Cristo Rey Atlanta Jesuit High School at lunchtime today. The minimum information on the form, aside from name, address, gender, sex, whatever, is a Georgia driver's license or the last 4 of your social. If you don't have either one of those, you cannot register to vote. We had several students that did not have either one with them. We're going back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll bring it with you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Real ID compliant doesn't verify citizenship. But anyway, I just want to thank this board for all of your hard work. Mr. Chairman, I know things don't always go the way everybody wants it to, but I want to thank you for your sense of humor and the fact that we might not agree, but we can all be friends in the room. So thank you for that. The reason why I wanted to just come up here and put a bug in your ear is I still have my complaint about Cobb County and the unconstitutional maps that were used by the Cobb County Board of Elections. And I've sent a couple of emails and I kind of feel like Dr. Johnston, I haven't gotten a response on that. So I would like to be sure, because it's still an issue and there still needs to be consequences for using the home rule maps outside of the authority of the legislative maps. If we're going to talk about following the law and we're going to honor the official code of Georgia annotated and what our legislators have to say, when they are making rules and laws, then I would like to see Cobb County held accountable for using illegal maps. So if you could put that on your list of things to do, I'd appreciate that so much.
If it hadn't been forwarded, it will be.
I'm sorry.
If that complaint has not been forwarded, it will be.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
I still look forward to my dinner.
Arm wrestling contest.
She owes me a dinner.
Nan Stevens. Would like to give the emphasis of Marybelle Hodges' notice yesterday. It's not a matter of political party because in our constitutions, there are no political parties. It is a matter about following the rule of law. And it is very clear in the constitutions that there can be no laws enacted that do not follow the constitutions. That the legislators can make all sorts of laws, they can do all sorts of bills, they can do all, but if they're not in pursuance of the constitutions, they are null and void on their face. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very quick, just 1 minute. I wanted to thank the board for its vote today on behalf of Kevin Monkla and Joe Rossi, who asked me to be here to speak for them if needed. We're grateful for that vote. It's necessary. Again, as I've said before, this is the most important case in the state election board history since I've come in for 20 years. And I just want to say one last thing. When you use these arguments like race adjudicata and double jeopardy, folks, everybody knows this is a false argument. This is not an adjudication board. This is an investigative board. Adjudication, race adjudication is a legal term used for courts. There's a massive amount of legal opinions out there. So please, I would just encourage you, let's debate this, but don't come into these false legal arguments. It's going to harm your integrity. So thank you for the vote today. We really appreciate it.
Come on, come on. That's the final item on our agenda. You can clap for that. The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned.